Oracle Park, where Bryce Eldridge and the Giants just authored the greatest moment of the season to this point. And we'll talk about what that swing meant, because it means more than this win, obviously, in the standings, as the Giants are now 13 games under after this one and dropping the series to the Nats. But the greatest comeback in San Francisco Giants history. They've not done anything like this. I was just talking to John Miller on the postgame, Derek, since 1947, 79 years ago. Was the last. I don't know if you know this. That's your Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier as well. Oh, it's been that long, dude. Since the Giants.
We've all seen that game. Come on now.
And by the way, they lost that game. The Giants were down 8-1 in the 8th inning.
They still lost that game.
They still lost that game. Yeah, but this is the greatest win.
You know what? Who cares? It's all about today
in San Francisco Giants history. So pretty incredible that the Giants came back down 8-1 in the 8th inning, 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th, 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th. Bryce Eldridge, a walk-off grand slam. And I got to tell you, to a man, I don't think there was anybody of the people left in the ballpark, shirts on, tarps off or not, wasn't thinking about it. There was like 8 or 9 dudes sitting to my right and a couple of guys behind me. I was sitting in 221, so I got a great shot of that ball up the line. But people were going, all right, Bryce, end it with one swing of the bat, hit it out here. Everybody's thinking that because it's the winning run at the plate. Mm-hmm. But for that kid at 21 years old, dude, and for this team to mount that comeback, Jung-Hoo Lee remains red hot. Matt Chapman has clearly figured it out. Yeah. And I think he's still going to get his numbers. Devers hits a bomb today. And really, all that kind of felt like it was kind of a moot point until they really tack it on. We know this offense in the last couple of weeks has been capable of scoring, but they also go through major blips where they just cannot get runs across. And today, the wind was blowing out, the sun was out, it was hot, the ball was flying. But that was, dude, one of the coolest moments, considering where this season has gone. That's the best moment of the year to this point, and I'm not sure there'll be something that tops that.
No, dude, I mean, this was the moment of the season, and when Buster Posey took over as president of baseball operations, he wanted to be in the memory-making business. There hasn't been a lot of memories for the Giants in the recent years, but this is not about, yes, there are 13 games below 500, okay, whatever. Today was about the future and what Bryce Eldridge can bring to this team. And we've talked a lot about his playing time. And he's played consistently now. But there's no question this is his moment. This is his, like, Steph Curry in Madison Square Garden putting up 51 points. This is his calling out to the rest of the league, I'm here now. So, yes, whatever happens the rest of the season, it is what it is. But the Giants made history today. I mean, Bryce Eldridge is the youngest player in MLB history to have a walk-off grand slam.
Wow,
Think about that.
Is that right?
Yes, at 21 years old. So I know this season has sucked. I totally understand. But today's a celebration. I did not think they were going to come back. I know a lot of people didn't think. I know a lot of people left in the 8th inning. But let's celebrate today. This was a great victory for the San Francisco Giants.
Shout out to Jacob Violante.
I know.
One of our
he's filling in on Monday for Danny Dunn. We're giving him a lot of crap for leaving early today.
One of our buddies at KNBR, and he cruised out early, dude. I saw him. I was watching the game with him.
Yeah, I just
Marcus,
saw him. Yeah, he's pissed.
He walked right in front of me. I was then standing on the arcade before Bryce hit the home run. Before I went around like up near the broadcast booth, and he walked by me, and I was like, "Are you heading out?" He's like, "Yeah, man. Look at this crap, dude." I'm like, "I know, man. This is."
I don't blame him. But now,
where does he got to be?
Well, he's got to come back at work. I saw him.
Oh, he's going to the leader now?
No, dude, I literally just saw him. He was like, "Can you believe I just left in the 8th effing inning?" So I was like, "Yeah, dude, I understand." And I get it, man. Like, I had a lot of friends just text me being like, "I left in the 8th inning." And I get it. But you just missed history.
I don't on a day game like this. Park was beautiful. I mean, I was like, yeah, this stinks. It's 9-1. Things are really getting out of hand here. They're not swinging the bat well yet again. And then there's no clock in baseball, man. And this is why baseball can be magical and can be so much fun that even in the midst of a season where things are going so poorly, you get a moment like this. And I want to put this in context in the way you were just talking about it, Derek.
Yeah.
In what this means going forward. Like, this doesn't change how I feel about the team. Again, they have no bullpen. That was a rough go of it today, trying to get through. And even Reaver San Martin, who gets the win there, he gave up a home run to make it 10. You know what I mean? When he goes in to
That's a hell of a win for him today.
to start the top of the 9th. I mean, he actually got out of a jam there when he first comes in. I mean, my point here is
right.
When Patrick Bailey hit the walk-off inside the park home run, that was one of the coolest moments of last year.
Was that July last year?
Yeah, that was one of the coolest. How about the Elliot Ramos Little League walk-off home run?
That was fun.
That was a great moment.
Yeah.
But with a moment like Bryce Eldridge, what this is to me is this is like Tim Lincecum winning the Cy Young in 2009. Now, I know that's on a bigger scale. That's across the board. Obviously, it's a pitcher. It's different. But this gives you hope. Like in 2008 and 9, when things were rough, you still had a hope for the future based on what was coming up. But you knew Buster Posey was down there. You knew Tim Lincecum was on his way. Bumgarner was on his way. Matt Cain was already there. You knew there was some core and some hope. with what's been here and has been so stagnant this year, and what we've all clamored for is, dude, and I said this earlier in the year, fans are smart enough and Giants fans have seen enough winning to understand if you have to commit towards transitioning to the future.
Yeah.
But that swing of the bat is different than it would have been off of Rafael Devers, off of the bat of Matt Chapman, off the bat of Willy Adames, because what that is a glimpse into what the Bryce Eldridge era may be for the San Francisco Giants. That's why he was drafted. That's why he's in the lineup every day now.
Yep.
That's why he's reached base now in 17 or 18 consecutive games, I think is now. Maybe 17 now. He's got an on-base streak going to go with Jung Hoo Lee's incredible run of hit streak. And by the way, both he and Jung Hoo Lee drew a walk in the 8th inning, and those were crucial.
Yeah.
Both of those runs came around to score without a hit. You get moved over on a wild pitch, then you get Jung Hoo Lee to score on a sac fly, I think is what it was, Eldridge, then on a wild pitch again in the dirt. He comes in to score. Jung Hoo Lee's first walk since May the 3rd.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The Giants are now 1-30, the first time all year that they've won a game when trailing after the 6th. And they did it in the most magnificent fashion you could have imagined. For all the down moments, I'm not gonna crap on this one, dude. This is one of the coolest.
No.
It's one of my favorite moments at the ballpark because I didn't even.
It's the biggest comeback in the ballpark's history, of course.
It's the biggest comeback in San Francisco Giants history.
Yes.
Their biggest comeback to win since '47. It's insane. It was an awesome moment. If you were at the yard today and you left early or you made it to the end, I want to hear about it. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. To me, that swing of the bat meant more to this fan base and to the future of this team than any one win would have ever meant. 808 KMBR, the number to call and to text. We got a lot to get to and a lot to make up. We're only with you until 6 o'clock. Bryce Eldridge signs his name on the greatest comeback in Giants history, San Francisco Giant history. They win it 11-10. They're down 8-1 to start the 8th. They win it 11-10 after a walk-off grand slam from the 21-year-old kid, as Derek said, the youngest in baseball history with a walk-off grand slam. Dirty work rolls on. 808 KNBR. How cool was that on the Sports Leader? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, talking pizza. Love talking pizza, especially when we're talking quality pizza. And when you're talking quality pizza in the Bay Area, there's one name that comes to mind. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana. You know, I love my pizza at a quality level. You know that because I tell you that frequently, almost daily now. And Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach, that's the gold standard. Tony Gemignani is a world champion. Quite literally, he is when it comes to pizza, and every style they do is spot on. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into, it's perfection at Tony's. I'm a sucker for the New Yorker, big, bold, and cheesy. My favorite, I think, though, is the Diavola. That's got the meat. It's got the spicy kick, everything you could want in a spicy slice. And don't sleep on the penne alla vodka. Pasta, that's fantastic. Not as famous wings or the honey fried chicken sandwich. It's next level stuff. Here's the best part about Tony's. You don't have to be in North Beach. You should be. But you don't have to be in North Beach to get it. They've got a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay, including where I'm sitting right now at Oracle Park. Catch Bryce hit a bomb, eat a slice of pie from Tony's. Also locations in Chase Center and Levi Stadium. If you've never been, you got to make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry, and trust me, you're going to leave happy.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam.
I mean, just an amazing finish to the game today. John Miller, the Hall of Famer on the call. He was feeling good after the game today. And everybody is cruising into an off day. I mean, dude, the Giants are staring down a sweep. And again, this doesn't change their fortunes for the season. This means more to me as a fan in terms of something to grab onto and latch onto for a bit of hope for the future. And, dude, all I can think about, Derek, is just when I think you couldn't possibly get any worse, you go and do something like this and totally redeem yourself. 9-1 in the 8th inning. The Giants score 5 in the 8th, 5 in the 9th, and come on back and win it. And by the way, I was talking to Franny, Kevin Franzen, after the game, and he's saying, dude, the Giants have bats in the way, like the Nationals are a good young core and a lot of good young hitters, and they can hit for power. They were 6 for 11 with runners in scoring position, the best offense in terms of runs scored in baseball, and a big surprise in terms of where they are right now, over 500 in third place in the NL East. But they've got major bullpen problems and they've got major defensive problems. Mm-hmm. And he said it felt to me like we were watching things that have happened to the Giants at the end of this game. Mitchell Parker blows his 5th save of the game. I mean, they had a guy come in and issue 3 walks. I mean, they could not throw a strike. It's something that has reared its ugly head at the Giants all season long. It was kind of nice to see it happen to somebody else and to have it happen off the bat of Bryce Eldridge, who, by the way, is up to 17-game on-base streak, drew a walk today, hits the grand slam, his 4th home run of the year. He's now got an OPS over 900, and he's got a 298 batting average. I mean, at what point are you like, dude, he's batting too low? You know what I mean?
Seriously.
Bring his ass up, man. So,
well, I mean, Andy Bagley was talking about maybe having battle leadoff, so we may see that, but Casey Schmidt, of course, is having a great season, too. Yeah, man, I was ready to come on here and talk about all the bad things that happened today, really.
I didn't want to. I was like, dude, I was to the point where I was like, God, what a nice day. I don't even care. I was like, just give me another knock from Eldridge, give me a knock from Jung-Hoo Lee, keep that going. But this was, I mean, really the best moment of the season to this point because it means more than just that one ball leaving the bat and that 5-run surge in the bottom of the 8th and the bottom of the 9th to make it a 10-run tie before Eldridge blast one over for a grand slam to win it. That was pretty incredible.
No, man, you're completely right. This is about the future. This game is about the future and what Bryce Eldridge means to this team going forward. And yes, there were obviously a lot of bad moments today. Carson Seymour was terrible coming into the game for Robbie Ray.
Dude, I want to see less.
I know. I hear you on that one. Robbie Ray giving up his 14th home run this season. We'll talk about that another time where we'll talk about the trade deadline and everything. And
that was tattooed, by the way. Both of those. Meade hit a bomb, but that was tattooed. You
know, absolutely. And then how about the Nationals stealing 5 bases today? The Giants have stolen 18 total this season. So they didn't get younger, they didn't get faster, but you saw the youth movement today with Bryce Eldridge becoming the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam. Not bad for their first home win since May 24th.
By the way, I should let you know that this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Danny, Eldridge hit a walk-off slam. Get off my back, all right? 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go out to the phone lines. If you were at the ballpark or leaving the ballpark or if you left early like our coworker Jacob Violante.
It happens. But that sucks. That sucks for you.
I guess it happens. I don't know why you would. I don't know. Dude, you leave and something like this might happen. It might happen.
Okay, what if you bring a young baby to the game and you're like, hey, this game's kind of getting out of hand here?
Did Jacob bring a young baby to
the game?
No,
my buddy Steven did.
This is like that caller who said to me, do you have a crystal ball? No. Do you? Well, then back to my original point. You can't leave early. All right, let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan, for his city, it says he's at Oracle Park. I don't think he still is, but he was here. Jonathan, you're on the Sports Leader.
Well, I am actually still here.
Nice.
And it's your old buddy Jonathan from Chabot College.
What up, Jonathan?
Hey. So first of all, what they have put me through, all of us through this season, but me in particular, I watched all 3 games of that Marlins series. Copes knows I'm from South Florida originally. And I was miserable. And then, of course, the collapse came. What you don't know is my mom passed away in February in Fort Lauderdale. And I've been having a rough time obviously, all season.
Yeah.
I sat through the 7th and the 8th, stopped keeping score because it was too many runs to keep track of, and I just sat there and watched, figuring I'll enjoy the sunshine and I'll enjoy some baseball.
Yeah, totally.
Then the 8th happens. Then the 9th happens. And slowly but surely they get back in it. And when Eldridge came to the plate, I felt a breeze, and I could swear I was touched by an angel. And I have to believe with everything in my heart that my mom was with Bryce when he swung that bat, because that is the gutsiest thing I have ever seen on a ball field. And for how difficult this season has been for me, to be able to witness that, where I was 1-4 as early as Cinco de Mayo. I've won 3 in a row. I'm at 500.
Hey,
Look at you,
considering
yeah,
what that score was. I've never seen anything like this. This is on the same level of the Warriors Nuggets game in February, which I was also at. I'd just gotten back from Fort Lauderdale after she had passed away, when they pulled that off without Steph and Jimmy. This is on that same level.
Right, yeah.
This is what you just never know what can happen.
Yeah, Jonathan, we do got to run, dude. I just want to say, man, dude, I mean, Jonathan and I took like radio classes, mass comm classes together at Chabot, and dude, I never thought there was a bigger baseball fan than me till I met Jonathan. Dude, I'm really sorry about the loss of your mom and that you're dealing with that right now. We're here for you, bro. Stay up, and dude, you never know what can happen, man. It's you ride with baseball because it's the ups and the downs. It's every single day. It's a companion, whether it's good or bad. But dude, grief's the price you pay for loving somebody, man. It's worth it all right?
Thank you, Jonathan.
Absolutely.
Much love, brother. The Giants get a win.
Thank you for
today,
sharing that, man.
11.
That was
man. Dude, he's a good dude, man.
Yeah, of course,
I really
yeah.
like Jonathan, man. I liked him a lot when we were at Chabot. Go Gladiators, by the way. 808 KMBR is the number to call. The Giants win at 11-10, the greatest comeback in San Francisco Giants history, off the bat of a 21-year-old in Bryce Eldridge, given hope for the future. Paul is leaving Oracle Park. Paul, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up? Tough call to follow.
Top that, Paul.
Rest in peace to Jonathan's mother. I don't know if it was his mother that helped Eldridge, but that was I didn't leave the game. I stayed to the very end. Lower box 123. So we represented it. I don't think too many people left in our section, but even though we were down 9-1, but just randomly, one negative thought: Barracuda. I would never like to see him in the outfield again. That guy was terrible in left field. I mean, he was all over the place.
Yeah.
And someone brought up the stolen bases. It was, I don't know if that's Susac or is that the pitchers, but none of them were even close. I mean, 6 stolen bases. And it was like you didn't even have to go to replay on any of them. It was ridiculous.
Bro, they were stealing, and they were like up 5, and they were stealing, and I was like, damn, dude. Who was it that Mauricio Dubon did that to? They got real upset. Remember that? I'm like, come on, what are we doing?
I never missed Bailey since the trade, but I missed him today. That was that got a little out of control. But you guys hit it on the head with the future with Mr. Eldridge. I can't wait. And Jung-Hoo Lee, not only is he an 18-game hitting streak, but the guy is just hitting freaking bullets all over.
All over the field, everywhere he wants, wherever they play a hole, he seems to hit it through. And you're right, he's hitting rockets right now. He's comfortable at the plate. I appreciate the call, Paul, as he extends his hitting streak. What's he up to, 18 games
18 now, 18.
Dude, I mean, it's incredible what he's done. I can't remember legitimately. I don't know if I can remember a Giant who was this hot, even during a hitting streak that goes over 15 games. Like, of course he's hot. But he's not getting like one hit. He's going like 4 for 5.
Oh yeah, he's
5
dominant.
for 5, 6 for 6, and he's raking. He's scoring runs, and to Paul's point, he's hitting what they would call, Derek, a piss missile.
Oh yeah,
piss missile. You ever use that one?
Oh, every now and then. But yeah.
What do you use it for, huh?
Well, when you wake up early in the morning, anyway.
Oh, no.
But yeah, dude, it's the longest hitting streak since Angel Pagan back in I think it was 2016. So. Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee's out of his mind right now. Matt Chapman, I mean, give kudos to these guys. We were very critical of them when the season started. They weren't playing very well. I've been critical of Jung-Hoo Lee. He's been unbelievable right now. Matt Chapman looks like the Matt Chapman of old. So the offense have turned things around. It doesn't change the bullpen. The bullpen's still the bullpen at this point. But you could be happy about what Bryce Eldridge means to this team going forward.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, Bryce Eldridge, yet again, dude, the Farhan 4 getting it done.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
dude, it's starting to catch on.
It's starting to catch on. I've noticed.
Greg Silver mentioned it on the air, And then I got a text about it from somebody, and then Dieter Kurtenbach hits me yesterday and goes, bro, who's in the Farhan 4?
So who is it? It's obviously Eldridge.
Schmidt, it's Eldridge, it's Jung-Hoo Lee, and it's Landon Roop right now. And as I said, we're open to applications for a Farhan 5th if one makes it. Like, McDonald right now, far too early to put him in the,
I would say so.
In the Farhan 4. You might be surprised. I'm pretty sure Randy Rodriguez was a Bobby Evans guy. I think he was like 2018.
We're going back. We're going that far back.
He was signed as like an 18-year-old, so that goes pretty far back. But like, we're open to a Farhan 5th if we need to rebrand, or maybe even if we get lucky, a Zaidi 6th. I got to work on that.
This is the new Hamptons 5 for you, Copes?
Yeah, dude, the Hamptons 5, the Farhan 4, dude. Yeah, they're all sitting around Farhan's table. Let's go to Carlos. Carlos is in Berkeley, dude. One of the greatest moments I've ever experienced in this ballpark. Certainly the best of this season. Carlos, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. We just left the ballpark. I'm with my buddy, and we basically said, let's take the day off and take our kids. So we brought the 2 boys with us just to have a great day at the ballpark.
Hell yeah.
Just, hey, good food and good fun. And, it was looking ugly. We were hanging out at the slide because it's like, at least we got the slide going on.
Yeah.
But what an amazing, amazing turn of events. What a great feeling for us. And then for the kids, I got to tell you, man, now they're Giants fans for life after this one. So to your point, it doesn't change the season, but it's magic, man. It was a magic home grand slam. Never seen anything more better in my life, and I've been a Giants fan a long, long time. So, we got to hang on to this stock for a little while.
I appreciate the call, Carlos. There's a famous home run, the grand slam by Mike Ivey. Somebody's got to help me with this. Maybe 78. We'd have to go look it up. Mike Ivey hit a grand slam. Was not a good year for the Giants, and that was a moment that I know Giants fans of a certain generation hold on to and hang on to. But that wasn't as predictive of the future or feeling like, hey, somebody's arrived. It does feel a little bit different about Bryce for me. And I didn't see the Mike Ivey Grand Slam live, but there are moments in bad seasons that help. Like he just said, there are kids that are going to remember this moment. Like, dude, I remember the first walk-off home run that Bryce ever hit. It was a Grand Slam. They came back down 9-1 or 10 whatever it was in the 8th inning and win it 11-10. Like, all that stuff is what makes winning that much better. You know what I mean? When you go through the tough times, the problem is you got to have something to latch onto, right? Jung-Hoo Lee now seems like that's something to latch onto. Bryce Eldridge is somebody you hope is doing that, hitting it into the arcade or into McCovey's Cove for a long time.
May 28th, 1978, Copes, for Mike Ivey.
Mike Ivey hit a grand slam. The story goes, my mom was watching with my uncle, and he was like we are, so down on the Giants.
Yeah.
He goes, double play. My mom said grand slam. He goes, double play. She says grand slam, and then this happened.
Yeah, I mean, dude, look.
Oh, I thought Danny was going to hit it.
Oh, he had it?
And then this happened.
Do you have it?
The base is loaded. Giants trail 3-1. Sutton from a windup with the bases loaded, 1 out. 2-0 pitch. Hit deep to left. Way back, way back, way back, way back. A grand slam. Mike Ivey is grand slam.
It wasn't a walk-off, and it was a 2-run lead. This was a walk-off as they were down by 8 runs entering the 8th, which is incredible.
Dude, insane. 9-1, and look, if you left the ballpark, that sucks. But obviously, the way the season has gone, you're expecting another loss. You're expecting their 6th sweep of the season, which would have tied for the most in the majors right now. So it's been a long, long season. But this game today, as we've been saying, over and over again, it gives you hope for the future. You look to Bryce Eldridge, you look to the other guys on this team, that maybe they can turn things around. Not this season, but for the future right now. So this has been a hard season. There's still 13 games below 500, but
whoa, don't be bringing that up. What are you bringing that up for?
What? They're 13 games below 500.
Enjoy Bryce today, man.
That was the first thing you said when you started the show today.
Yeah, but dude, people who are listening now don't remember that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad.
Dude, that was a whole.
No, they won 11-10. The Giants are going to the World Series. Where's Papa C?
Dude, where's Papa C? I'm a seer. See, that guy's got a crystal ball. 808-KMBR, the number to call and to text. Let's go out to Josh. Josh leaving the game today, watching Bryce Eldridge hit a walk-off grand slam as the Giants mount the greatest comeback in San Francisco baseball history. What's going on, Josh?
Yeah, thanks, guys. You're all over it in terms of the points. Like the season hasn't changed. The bullpen is still a revolving door of bad pitching. But what a moment, and what a great moment! The thing that clicked for the first pitch of that at bat was up and in, and Eldridge just didn't flinch.
Yep.
He's seeing the ball so well right now. He's so locked in. And I just turned to my buddy and said, he's just gonna crush it. And there it went. And I also have to say, 1978, freshman in high school in Mill Valley, I was Mike Ivey playing wiffle ball in the backyard with my buddy.
Dude, so are you with me on that? That was a year that Giants fans, because that's like my mom and my uncle and Giants fans of that generation, that is a pointed moment, right, for Giants fandom back then?
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, and then all the rest of the season playing against my buddy in wiffle ball, I was Mike Ivey.
That a kid, man. Appreciate the call, Josh. Thanks so much. 808-KNBR, the number to call and the number to text. We'll get to more of your calls and texts. I do want to hear, Danny, if we have any, maybe coming back next segment, if we have any Bryce Eldridge. I know he spoke to the media after. I saw Alex Pavlovich asked him, because I'm thinking, dude, if you're a 21-year-old kid, you have the power that he has. Mm-hmm. You got to be thinking home run there, right? Like when he comes up, he's got to be thinking, dude, I can win it with one swing of the bat right now, but I got to keep it going. I got to hit the ball hard somewhere. He was asked, Pavlovich said, he said, oh, yeah, I was thinking about hitting a homer.
There
he gets a 2-0 count, which is a hitter's count. Dude, I videoed one play the entire day, one pitch. It was a 2-0 count, and I was like, dude, what if he hits a grand slam on this pitch? And I caught it, dude.
You got it?
You got
in the moment?
I
Nice.
tweeted it out.
There
dude.
you go.
In the moment. So pretty sweet, dude. One of the coolest moments that I've experienced, and I've seen a lot of them, dude. I mean, it's not 756. It's not the Matt Cain perfect game, but if Bryce Eldridge is hitting walk-off home runs and going to the playoffs at any point as a San Francisco Giant, this is a moment that a lot of Giants fans are going to remember. 808-KNBR, the number to call and to text. I do have to tell you, we are still doing the giveaway today. 2 tickets to go see Anthony Jeselnik. He is going to be at the Masonic in San Francisco on Ken Griffey Jr.'s birthday, Derek. It's November 21st of this year. All you got to do to win those tickets is wait until I give you the legal cue to call that I have to read word for word. When you hear that, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win 2 tickets to go see Jeselnik. Listen for that between now and 6 o'clock. When we come on back, more of your calls at 808-KNBR. Roy, Ken, Jim, Julia, Kevin, safe at third. We will get to all of your calls as the Giants complete the greatest comeback in San Francisco baseball history and give us a glimpse into what Bryce Eldridge may do in the future for this organization. It's Dirty Work. It's a Wednesday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Hey, and by the way,
Yeah.
tell them Franny sent you.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, talking tacos. Yeah, I was talking pie. Now I'm talking tacos. That's right. My friends at Taco Bell. I call them my friends because your friends are people that put food on your plate, man. They put it in your belly. They make you feel good, and that's what Taco Bell is all about. If you're wanting to eat Taco Bell, or you have eaten Taco Bell, or you plan to eat Taco Bell, you got to download, you guessed it, the Taco Bell app. You're going to unlock rewards and exclusive access. You'll earn points on every order you make in the app, on a kiosk or in a drive-thru, and when you sign up, they're just going to give you a free food item. Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco could be yours for free simply for signing up for the Taco Bell Rewards program on the Taco Bell app. Not to mention you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops, and you'll be the first to hear about new menu launches and items. Plus, a great place to redeem those points. It's right across the street from the ballpark, corner of 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the stadium. Perfect tailgate spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the yard. And if you're looking to do something after the game, like after an Eldridge walk-off tank, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. Or check out the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Don't call it a comeback.
The pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam!
Yeah, I'm looking for a pitch to drive. Being on the on-deck circle, I think the only thing I was envisioning was Jungie getting on base and me ending the game. And I think the mind's a powerful tool, and I saw it before it happened, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, I was just looking for a pitch to drive, and I got one hanging, and I'm glad I did what I'm supposed to do with that pitch.
That was Bryce Eldridge after his walk-off grand slam, the youngest player in baseball history to hit a walk-off grand slam, 21 years old, and he wins it for the Giants today. They trailed by 3 at that point. It was 10-7. He makes it 11-7, and they walk it off. His 4th homer of the year. He's got an OPS over 900, a 17-game on-base streak. And at least for today, Giants fans are going home happy and thinking about what this could mean for the future of the San Francisco Giants. Let's go back out to the phone lines at 808 KMBR. Roy is in San Leandro. What up, Roy? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, yeah. Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. I really appreciate both of you. I like your big laugh. But anyway, yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to mention real quick about, Tristan Beck really has disappointed me as a pitcher. I thought he would be a long-range starter to go maybe 5 to 6 innings per game. But he's kind of really disappointed me. But what I wanted to say, too, was when Ramos come back, what do you think they're going to do with him? And do you look for changes in the pitching staff? Because we don't have no bullpen. I just don't know what to say about those guys.
Yeah. I appreciate the call, Roy. Thanks so much. That was really good.
He loves your laugh, Coach.
That was good. That was really good.
That was good.
That was good, dude. It's hard to hear laughing and not laugh.
Of course.
That was good. But by the way, Tristan Beck just catching a stray, dude, on a day when they come back.
Yeah, I know, man. Let's focus on the positives, everybody. But yeah, Tristan Beck last night.
I actually wanted more from Tristan Beck also, just in general. I think he was optioned to AAA. I think that's when
exactly.
San Martin was called up and activated off of the injured list. The Elliot Ramos thing is interesting. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Like, would you consider giving yourself more flexibility with positions going into next season over the offseason if you could get something on the pitching side? Because here's the thing. If you believe this offense and if you believe what you've seen from Chapman and his turnaround and you believe what you've seen from Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't know why you couldn't believe, and I heard Kipe saying this after the game, that couldn't happen with a guy like Devers to turn around, or Adames could end up being I don't know, another 30 home run guy. Like, I'm just saying, I think because we've seen it in the past, it's in there. And because we've seen what this offense is capable of from time to time, they can get big chunks of hits. They've done it. They've heated up. They've started to extend this lineup, and Eldridge is a huge part of that. If you traded Ramos when he got healthy for some pitching, be it relief or starting pitching, you give yourself a leg up and a head start on the offseason for what you're going to have to fill next year, because you're not going to have Robbie Ray, seemingly. Mm-hmm. You're still probably going to have Roop, maybe McDonald. We'll see what happens and how he fares the rest of the way, and Logan Webb. But you'll have to fill out the rest of the rotation, whether that's Hauser or not. I know he's got a 2-year deal. But you also, as I said yesterday, allow yourself flexibility to decide, do we want to put Casey Schmidt at second base, or do we want to try to bring back Luis Arraez potentially and keep Casey in left field? Or we put Casey in left field, or we put Casey at second, decide not to sign Arraez and get another outfield bat or spend that money on a pitcher. I don't know that that's happening.
Yeah.
It's just a thought as to, well, what do you do when he comes back? Cross that bridge when you get there is what you do when he comes back. You deal with that. It's a good problem to have, but that question will come up again about how do you keep everybody in the lineup. Today there was no Willy Adames, and you had Casey at short, but that was the issue before. Is his bat needs to stay in, and what, you're gonna put Eldridge on the bench? I don't think so.
No.
You're not putting Devers there. So yeah, there's some questions and some roster crunch that's gonna happen here. But I wouldn't be opposed to that idea of a shop of Ramos to see if you could get yourself some pitching, and it would alleviate some of the roster crunch and give you some depth maybe for next year.
I wouldn't be opposed to it either. It'll make things a lot easier to have Eldridge and Casey Schmidt play every day. And they're going to play every day regardless. But obviously you need – Elliot Ramos is not a great left fielder to begin with. We saw last year. He's better than Victor Barracoto, and at this point I would say Drew Gilbert. So for that reason, I just want to load up on offense. I hear you. Obviously they have problems with the bullpen and the pitching, starting rotation and everything. But for this season, look, bottom line is you're probably going to trade Luis Ariz. I know trading away Elliot Ramos could prevent that, but I would go forward with trading Robbie Ray and Luis Ariz and keep Elliot Ramos and see what you got offensively with him in the lineup.
808 KBR is the number to call and the number to text. Ken is in Pacifica. Ken, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I was there with my son today. He had the day off, and we were, it was the bottom of the 8th, and it was, 9-1? And, we were talking about, well, shall we leave? Everybody's leaving. I go, no, let's go back for one more inning, So we sat in our seats. They got 5 runs, and I turned to my son. I go, well, next inning, 5 more runs. And, even when they were down 9-1, I said a little prayer. I have to say I said a prayer, which I never do for sports. I never say prayers for sports. And I said, Lord, just have them come back. Do a comeback here. And I couldn't believe it. It just blew my mind. It compares to a game that I went when I was a little kid, when I was in Weeblos. When I saw Mays and Bonds collide in the outfield.
Yeah.
And Bonds got knocked out. And I was at that game. I was with my Weeblos troop. And this game compares to that for me, So anyway,
Ken,
yeah.
I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Ken.
808 Ken. Dude, thank the Lord for answering his prayers. Jim is in Pleasanton. Jim, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Hey, I think a wonderful game. I think the best part of the game was Eldridge is there. He's 21 years old. I've been watching the Giants for 40 years. I just turned 80 a few weeks ago. So the best thing that can happen to the club is get young. I'm tired of them trading for guys that are 33, 34 years old that are cast-offs from other teams. Eldridge is a core team. It goes back to when you had Posey and you had Duffy and you had Panic and all those guys together, young guys. You were winning games. It was fun. It was great. I'm not impressed with Adames for what is it, $180 million. He's not a $180 million player. But if the team's 20 games under 500 at the All-Star break, get young. Just, do it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, Jim. Thanks
Easier
so much.
said than done, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that was the hope that we would have with the movement towards a guy like Bryce Eldridge. That's the thing too, is when we're talking like Ramos, they will need an outfielder obviously if they do that, but also like you've got Jung-Hoo Lee locked in. They've got to find a better option, I think, for center field consistently, right? I mean, I don't think you're going to get by with Bader and with Gilbert out there.
No,
I know Jonah Cox
Gilbert rough today, yeah.
Yeah, Gilbert was rough today too. And I hear you on Barracoto. I do think today, I think the sky was rough today. I saw it on both sides.
Okay.
I saw there was a couple of fly balls for the Nats that were tough to track,
yeah,
tough to pick up. I know the Barracoto one on the wall. You got to remember, too, a lot of these guys haven't played in this ballpark really at all.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like Jonah Cox took a terrible route to the ball on Monday night on the Luis Garcia double in the 9th inning off a Keaton win. And I was like, I wonder, I'm like, this is one of the most difficult and vast outfields to play in, especially right field, where you've got Jung-Hoo Lee, but the wind swirls, you can't trust the flags. I wonder how much of that is an adjustment period for some of these guys as well.
No, definitely. But, I mean, just focusing on today, yes, we can talk about the future tomorrow and next week, but just for today, what this win meant to to Giants fans. For you, Copes, is this the best win, best moment for the Giants since 2021?
Is this the best moment for the Giants since 2021?
Yes.
It's an interesting question. I like recency bias is tough to overcome.
I know it just happened a couple of hours ago.
Well, and what I'm saying is what I said before is like this is a different feeling because anything after 2021, we've been starved for the hope. Right. Luciano didn't work out. Yeah, Ramos came up, but he's not a guy that's going to be the superstar of this team.
Yeah.
And the next guy to be the face of this organization, right, and carry it. Devers showed up and hasn't totally been that. So like we've been trying to latch on to some bit of hope. and that comes with developing young prospects. Bryce Eldridge maybe was going to figure it out anyway, wherever he went. Maybe he's that type of guy, but he's already raking at this level. There's going to be an adjustment period. At some point, he's going to get figured out. He'll hit a slump, and he'll have to dig his way out of that. But the way it is right now and the way he's approaching these at-bats where he's drawing walks like he did today, he's going the other way, and he's pulling for power, this is certainly the most hope I've had for the Giants based on what we know he's capable of right now for the future, not hope for this year. I just mean hope for what this guy could be, and it's a piece to build around. You got to have an everyday guy. You got to have a dude you can do that with. You got to have a Mookie Betts or even in Boston, it was Devers, and they brought up Xander Bogaerts. You got to have a core of dudes to build around, and you need one of them to be the alpha. If that's Buster Posey or that's Tim Lincecum or Bumgarner, maybe this is the guy. So, yeah, I'd say since they were 107 and lost Game 5, this was probably the moment that has given me the most hope and maybe had the most meaning for what Giants fans think the future can hold.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so because, as you just said, like the failures of Luciano and Matos and Joey Bart even, like this brings hope to the team. And yes, like last year with Patrick Bailey, yes, it was a great moment, but people were down on Patrick Bailey. They knew offensively he just wasn't going to cut it, and they moved on from him this year. So I'll answer the question myself. Yes, I do think that this is the biggest moment for the Giants since 2021. The significance of Bryce Eldridge, but also the comeback, the biggest comeback in San Francisco Giants history.
808 KMBR is the number to call. Julia, Kevin, safe at third, Dwayne, Felipe, Keegan. We'll get to your calls after we take a quick break. And I tell you that Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. 808 KMBR is the number to call. I'm live from the broadcast booth at Oracle Park. Derek and Danny back in our KMBR studios following a Bryce Eldridge walk-off slammy. We'll do more of it next on the Sports Leader.
Mahoy hoy, Derek Papa here. Look, you've heard me talk about the Dolan Law Firm and the importance of planning ahead. You're probably thinking, why would I need to plan ahead? Well, you can never predict the future. Just ask my good friend, Kyle Shanahan.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday.
It's always good to plan ahead with the best lawyers you hope you never need with the Dolan Law Firm. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So please be careful. Let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B. Hit it, Dan.
$1 billion.
In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Our next roaster is Anthony Jeselnik. Anthony Jeselnik's act combines the excitement of standing there with the thrill of saying words. You know him best from me saying his name right now. Please welcome a man who's got a bright future in something other than comedy, Anthony Jeselnik.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn with you. I'm live from the broadcast booth at Oracle Park after the Giants have walked off against the Washington Nationals to salvage a game in this series, and really it's about the meaning of this home run off the bat of Bryce Eldridge and the hope that it gives fans. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text, but you heard that soundbite coming in. That means we are giving away 2 tickets to go see Anthony Jeselnik. Right now, we'll take one winner, caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Anthony Jeselnik at the Masonic in San Francisco on Saturday, November 21st. Prize is furnished by Live Nation. You can find the rules at thesportsleader.com. Caller 10 right now wins 2 tickets to see Anthony Jeselnik. I have some sound from Bryce I want to get to in just a sec, but Julia's been waiting on the line for quite a while. She was at the ball game today. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Julia, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, thanks so much for having my call. I went to the game today with my brother, Nathan, and it was my baby Beatrice's first game at 13 months. And we sat in the bleachers and had an absolute blast. And let's see, we went to a game in April. We went to a game a year ago when I was 8 months pregnant. I all the way up to the nosebleeds. And just had such a great time today.
Awesome. Well, happy baby's first game. What a good ending for that, huh?
Yeah, it was wild. And you know what's happened is we were in the bleachers, and the guy in front of us said, trying to get everybody to put their rally hats on. He took his shirt off, and that is exactly when the home run started coming in.
Tarps off.
There you
balls
go.
Leave the yard. I appreciate the call, Julia.
There you go.
So
Tarps off, man. Lead to the comeback.
I think at one point on the broadcast, somebody said it. Like Krieger Kibe said, if they win this game, I'm going to take my shirt off.
Well, dude, so the first home run to lead the charge, or I guess ignite the comeback here, they missed it coming back. So John Motors goes, John Motors like, and we just missed a Matt Chapman home run. We were having a little fun in the booth here.
Yeah, because they were goofing around at the end of the segment prior, so they got to break a little bit late.
That's right.
So they came back and
they were playing the ABC News theme back in the day.
The foghorn was sounding, dude, and they came back, and that one is gone. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in right here in the Bay Area. Kevin, you're on the Sports Leader.
Adam, hello. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, bro?
So, hey, I got a cool story. So anyways, about 4 years ago, My aunt asked me if I wanted to go to a Giants game with her. I've been a longtime Giants fan, never been to an MLB game. I went with her, had a great time. So we drive up from Eureka, so it's kind of a big trip. But anyways, a couple years ago, we both bought Harrison jerseys, got kind of excited about Kyle Harris and everything, and didn't really pan out. So anyways, yesterday before the trip to come see this game, I told my aunt, I was like, my birthday's coming up. You're always asking me what I want for my birthday. And I'm like, well, how about an Eldridge jersey? So anyways, we get there today, and I'm telling her, this guy's, I think he's going to be a lifetime Giant. This is the guy. So earlier today, well before the game started, she got me an Eldridge jersey, which, thank you, Jackie, my aunt. She's a sweetheart. Anyways, so, as the game progresses, obviously it was pretty depressing. And I'll admit, by the 7th inning, we're looking at each other and we're like, oh, man, should we leave early? We're like, no, and then they pulled Seymour out, and I can't remember the guy's name who came in, but
San Martin,
he was good. Yeah, and I'm like, wow, he looks like he should have been instead of Seymour. But anyway, so it looked good. We're like, well, let's sit and watch him, and never know. Things could change. At least something may happen. Obviously, you know what happened. Yeah. And I'll tell you, watching it right there, watching that progression, each hit, a little bit more, and just watching that build up there at the park was just completely amazing. I'm amazed. Can't believe it. Greatest game ever. My aunt's super stoked we got to be there together for that game. Obviously, it made history. I'm hoping Eldridge is a lifer. We'll see how that works.
Well, very cool. Kevin, we got to run. Kevin, I appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
dude.
Kevin.
Yeah, dude. I think this is a day. We just heard from somebody who said it's their child's first game.
Yeah,
That's something that you, Julia, our caller just a minute ago, as a fan, is never going to forget. That's a memory that our guy Kevin there is going to have. Jonathan, my college buddy, called in
absolutely
earlier and said this was a really touching moment for him, thinking about the passing of his mom. Like, moments like this in sports for sure, but baseball and the way it builds and the community you have, there wasn't that many people here. There may be 60 or 70,000 down the road that will have claimed to have been here, but the ones that stuck around were treated to something really special. And again, I think fans around the Bay Area of the Giants are feeling like that's the guy that gives us hope. It's also why fans for months have been like, dude, let him play. Just let him play, because now is the time to figure this stuff out. You can go through the struggles now. You can go through the development now, because then when it's time to go, it's time to go. And you're going to be a guy that they rely on. Bryce Eldridge, after the game, Alex Pavlovic tweeted this out of NBC Sports Bay Area. Eldridge on the walk-off grand slam, he said, quote, I want to be the face of this franchise. I want to be in that moment. I want to be that guy. So this was pretty special. That's pretty cool, man.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's been built up for a while now. We've talked to JT Snow about him and all the trials and tribulations of, him going through spring training, not being, on the opening day roster, and then getting called up, not getting playing time. I don't care about lefty-righty matchups anymore. This
guy
needs
hit that off a lefty, by the way, right?
Exactly.
There we go. What are we doing?
Yeah, so he needs to be in the lineup every single day. For him to say that, like, he wants to be the next Barry Bonds. He wants to be that guy. And, well, if you're a Giants fan, you'll remember this moment of where were you? Did you leave early? Too bad. But if you were there to watch it, that's awesome. If you're watching on TV, you saw the first great moment for Bryce Eldridge. So this is a huge day for Giants fans, a huge day for Bryce Eldridge.
Here's Safe at Third, as calling in from San Francisco. Safe at Third, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Hey, how's everybody going?
Feeling pretty good, man. It's a fun day.
Man, I'm feeling pretty good. Left the game. I'm a Giants fan since 1953. And I tell you, as a kid growing up in New York and then coming here, this is one game that you just cherish, that you can say, man, I'm wrong. Maybe this team has a chance. And I do believe they have a chance, because it takes patience to play this game. One thing I want to say, do not trade Luis Ariz, because he's the heart of the team. His patience, the way he approaches the plate, the way he approaches everything in this game needs to be salvaged and kept, because if you get rid of Ariz, Chung-Ho is going to be on Chung-Ho Lee. He's not really ready to handle it. He's looked like he's dropped the Korean type of baseball, has come to the major league the way he's hitting, the way they hoped he was.
Yeah. He's in 340, bro. Yeah.
So he's dropped all that Korean style. I'm not God save me. I'm not against Koreans, but they play a different brand of baseball.
I hear you. I appreciate the call, man. I appreciate the call, dude.
Saved it on the air there. All right. Saved at the end there. Good Lord.
Save it third.
Yeah.
I was going to save it.
Jeez.
Yeah. I had to let him get it in. I had to let him get that part in.
I think Jung Hoo Lee could be that guy. And I've been critical of Jung Hoo Lee. And look, I know a lot of fans want to keep Luis Ariz. I get it. It's probably leaning the direction that you're going to probably move him.
You got to play better. The only way it happens is you got to claw back to 500. You got to, you know what I mean?
It's a tall order, but yeah.
The only way you do it, and if you do that, that'll mean you've been red hot for like a month.
Oh yeah,
and a half. That'll mean that they caught fire, and that'll be hope for where they can go. That's them saying, hey, I mean, that's what happened, as I said last year with Cleveland. It's what happened a couple of years ago with the Tigers, where if in fact you do get hot and get back to 500 even by the trade deadline like we were talking about, that's where you go, okay, maybe we can hold on to these guys because they are doing something. I'm doing something. And maybe they can make a run towards the postseason. I'm not there yet because they don't have the pitching.
No, they don't.
Let's not forget, it was 9-1. You know what I mean? Like, the comeback was incredible, and we've seen the offense explode. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen them do it at Oracle Park. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't really seen much of that. We've seen them hit grand slams. They did it against the White Sox. They won that series. They lose this series. This was a really fun game. But to me, this was about the swing of the bat from Bryce Eldridge, saying he wants to be the face of this team. Let's hear from Bryce really quick here after the game. He was told he was the youngest player in baseball history to hit a walk-off grand slam, and he got a little emotional. Here you go.
What do you think when you hear that you're the youngest ever hit a walk-off grand slam of baseball? Is that real? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the first I heard about that, obviously, but I'm trying to wipe my smile off my face and stay professional. Man, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's like what I worked for my whole life, so that's like something I've always strived to be, is like be great at this game, and that's really cool. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah, I've dreamed and prayed about that, like life just being great at this game, and I've never seen like a life outside of baseball. Even from when I was 9 years old, I never envisioned myself like in an office or like doing anything other than like playing in the MLB. It's just cool that I'm here and I had like moments like this.
More drilling, Copes. Jesus.
Yeah, dude, they're drilling.
They're drilling all the time in that clubhouse. What's going on there?
As if they don't have enough. They were gone for 10 days. They were gone for 2 weeks almost.
Save the driller for later. They just made history.
So he's like trying to get emotional over the drill. You know what I mean? But you drilled that pitch.
But dude,
they're drilling something into that wall behind. That was pretty cool, man.
No, it is.
I've never envisioned myself anywhere else in life but playing Major League Baseball. That's a guy I want. That's a guy I want to root for. That's a dude I want to watch his at bats. That's a guy who I want to lead the franchise that I root for, and that's a really cool, special moment for him, for the fans. But he's feeling and thinking about this the same way we are, everybody. He's thinking about being the face of this thing and knowing
that's important.
He wants to carry this team. He wants to be a guy that's relied upon. I want the pressure. I want those moments. I want the bat in my hands when the game's on the line. That's the guy you want to go to battle with. And I'm gives me chills thinking about it like that, man. It's cool. That was a really cool moment. If this was the birth of Bryce Eldridge, the San Francisco Giant, for the next however long, and he's the guy, this was a really, really special day.
And he's only 21 years old, so he'll get even better. I mean, the fact that he's doing this, he did what he accomplished today. And even going back to when he was called up earlier this year, I think he said something like, my swing is sexy right now, so I'm feeling good about myself. Like, this guy's got swagger, this guy's got confidence. And what he just told Alex Pavlovich, I want to be the face of this franchise. I haven't heard that in a long time when it comes to San Francisco Giants. So fans should be very excited about this guy, and they are. That's why we were talking about this nonstop. That's why we were questioning things with Buster Posey. It's not because we want to be critical of him. It's just because what the hell's going on out there? This guy should play every day, and today shows you that. So yeah, the future is bright. We say the future is teal for the San
Francisco Bryce, dude.
Yeah, the San Jose Sharks. The future is Bryce, 100% for the San Francisco Giants.
Let's go to Dwayne in Stockton, the filthy
our guy.
Dwayne, we talked to you yesterday, bro. How good did that feel today? That was fun, huh?
Hey, what's up, though, homies?
What's up, bro?
What's up, though, homies?
What up?
What's up, though? Hey, listen, before I get to Eldridge, man, I got a couple of questions. Did you guys, when I was locked up, did you guys have a caller come in that was pissing on somebody else's log?
Yeah. We don't need to revisit that, but yeah.
I hope you dumped that, bro.
Dude,
you get it? Hope you dumped it.
Dude, it was
no, man, it was great radio.
No, Derek, no, it was not.
No, it wasn't. And then tell me about the seer, bro. Who is the seer, bro?
Oh, Papa C.
Hey, Danny, maybe I don't know if Danny can dig that up.
Do you go through all the old callers, Dwayne? Come on.
Dude, Dwayne, it was right after they got swept by Arizona at home. and Paul Sewall was out there thrusting on the Giants, right? Like after they swept him. This guy called in and he said, hey, I know what's going to happen. I guarantee they're going to the playoffs this year, and next year they're winning a World Series. I know because I'm a seer. And he called himself Papa C.
Hey, man. He's pretty happy today, man.
Yeah,
and
he's
we got to ride with the seer, man. And I got to tell you, I'm really, really happy and excited for Eldridge, bro. The way it went down, it wasn't the easiest path. So I'm happy for that guy. Now, my main thing is I want to keep Casey Schmidt short. I think we need to dump Adames, bro. We need to get him out of the Bay Area as soon as possible. He's an absolute weenie, bro. And I knew he was a weenie when he whooped Dalton Wilson's ass at second base. Dude, he lost me right there. And I never liked him after that. And if we bench him, bro, he'll waive the no-trade clause. I'm telling you, man, Schmidt and Chappie on that side of the infield makes me real happy, bro, and brings me some excitement I haven't had. So I'll let you take some more calls, man.
Appreciate
and
you,
we'll holler again. Love you guys.
Love you too, bro. Much love.
Thanks, Dwayne. Love you.
Our guy, Dwayne. I love when he just
criticizing all the callers we've had without him.
So we pissed on a law.
Hey,
that
man.
was gnarly, bro. I was like, I don't need
When
this.
they look back on this year of radio and they hand out the Marconis, I think that'll be the moment that we win that one, Copes.
Well, yeah, when they hand out the maybe the macaronis. Here's, by the way, Danny found Papa C, or the seer.
Oh, the seer?
Giants make the playoffs this year.
This year?
Next year, World Series.
Why do you say that, Papa C?
I'm a seer.
No, dude. It was the pause. It was a
dude.
long pause.
I'm a seer.
I'm a
there,
seer.
there was a pause in between. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a seer, dude. That's hysterical. All right, we got to take a break. Do we have Krug coming up?
We do.
Dude, you know what?
With Niners Nightly.
Well, Niners Nightly. Dude, Bryce goes yard. He's like, I got to.
Rams are in trouble, man. Left tackle got arrested.
He's like, this is whack. No minicamp. All right, Krug's coming up top of the hour at 6 o'clock with some Niners Nightly after an epic day at Oracle Park where the Giants mount the greatest comeback in San Francisco baseball history. They hadn't done anything like this since 1947. Is the research that we had. You had Bryce Eldridge drawing a walk. They put up 5 in the bottom of the 8th when they're down 9-1. They put up 5 more in the bottom of the 9th, and they win it 11-10 on a Bryce Eldridge walk-off grand slam, the youngest player in baseball history ever to do it. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed. It's dirty work, and it's only here on the Seer Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants were down 9-1 in the 8th and come all the way back to win it 11-10 thanks to a walk-off grand slam from Bryce Eldridge. He becomes the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam. Giants fans, how are you feeling? It's been a long season, but let's celebrate this win. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're taking your calls all night long.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon, evening, putting the show to bed here. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn with you. What a fun day, man. I'm going to qualify that. What a fun 20 minutes that was, dude.
More accurate.
For a while, it was not fun. It was not fun. And even when they put up the 5 in the 8th, I thought to myself, man, how many are they going to give up in the 9th? They did give up a home run, but Reaver San Martin picks up a win and in his first outing as a Giant, and the Giants come back to win in the most exciting fashion possible. A walk-off grand slam by Bryce Eldridge. That's the hope, man. It's the hope that keeps things going, man. And Bryce Eldridge has given us something to try to look forward to. We got Larry Krueger coming up next, so why don't we put this show to bed? Danny, nice work back in the studio. A lot of moving parts today. You got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I still can't believe what I saw today. Krug, do the first segment on Bryce Eldridge, would you?
We got Niners to get to. Come on, Dan.
Yeah, dude, we got to talk Niner offseason and Brendan Ayuk.
Yeah.
What do you got for us?
Note to self.
Note to self, Dan, I would say next year at this time, June 10th, 2027, this is your date in Giants history going forward with Bryce Eldridge hitting the Grand Slam walk-off.
I don't know, buddy.
I don't know. A little too soon for that, don't you think?
2026 is in history.
Murph, dude. Murph,
Note to self.
You couldn't give me a little maze or something? Note to self.
Note to self.
Much like our caller, Safe at third, I don't have any problems with Korea. I'm going to say that I got nothing against him. He said.
You sure?
Yeah, no, I'm positive. I don't. Dude, great stuff today. Thank you to all the callers. Awesome for everybody who got to make a really special memory today. And if we didn't get to your call, I really apologize. We had a short one today, but we got plenty of time. We'll lay out tomorrow. We'll have a lot of fun, and we'll get to more of your calls as Bryce Eldridge leads the Giants to victory. And that swing of the bat, I think, is gonna carry weight. May ring loud throughout his career in terms of how the Giants fans think of how this thing got going. So, Danny, great work today. Derek, I'll see you tomorrow at the studio.
See you then.
And for anybody that needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. It's also baseball, but it does get easier. You are listening to KMBR and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host Larry Krueger begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
Welcome, Larry Krueger back with you. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Wednesday, June the 10th. What a baseball game that was. It was the worst of times, and then it was the worst of times, and then it was still the worst of times, but then it was the best of times. Welcome to Niners Nightly. And we usually talk a lot of Niners, but I'm going to, I could give you, the full updates on the Niners right now. The Niners signed Sincere McCormick to a 1-year deal. They waived Jordan Mims. They're welcoming Keena Turner into the 49er Hall of Fame. How about a little stand and clap for the great Keena Turner? Really excited about that. Damon Bruce, we did an interview with him. We talked to him about a couple hours ago, and we're going to bring you that conversation later on this hour. But I think we got to start with some Giants because that was amazing. I mean, that was amazing. Truth be told, I got up this morning. I said, you know what, Self, how do you feel? And this is, of course, when I'm looking at my wagering. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to bet the Giants today on the simple fact that the Giants can't get swept at home by the Nationals. Can they? And I'm like, come on. I know they're not going good, but everybody in baseball wins sometime. They're not going to lose to the Nationals. So I threw a couple shekels down on the gyros today to beat the Nationals. And I got a pretty good price, and I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, until the game started. Well, at the beginning, I'm like, hey, it's Robbie Ray day, win day. Then Wood hits the 2-run bomb. And then I look up, I go out of the room, I come back in, and it's 3-0. Then it's 6-0. Then, of course, I don't know if you guys said the same thing I said, and we'll take some of your calls here, 808 KMBR. Chapman homers, and I'm thinking to myself, instead of saying, man, way to go, Chapman, I thought, oh, typical Chapman homer. Hit them when they absolutely don't matter. Nice. That's a beautiful Chapman. We've been so frustrated with the first half that Chapman's had. Then he homers again in the 8th to make it 9-2. And I'm sitting there going, God, this guy's padding his stats in these losses. But then Devers ball to center, I thought was a fly ball, and it went out. It was a very warm day. It's very warm in the East Bay, but it was warm in the city. Susac with the double, scores Lee. Lee, by the way, keeps that hitting streak alive. What if Lee challenged the great hit streak? Wouldn't that be something? Gilbert grounds out to first, scoring Eldridge. All right, 9-5. Susac scores on the wild pitch, 9-6. But I'm still sitting there going, it's 9-6, but it's the 8th. Come on. This is all garbage time. I'm still thinking, I don't know about you guys, but I was thinking garbage time, strictly garbage time. Then Meade jacks to left in the 9th, and you're like, the momentum is back with them. The 4-run deficit, it's over. But then the 9th, and Chapman with the double to right scores a rise, and then the bags are loaded for Eldridge. And Eldridge is just an amazing young player. Cue it up, the great John Miller.
The pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam!
Unbelievable, and it was a majestic blast. And it didn't, it was high. It was like it probably wouldn't have gone out. It would have been a fly ball in some yards, right? But in this yard, down the line, the dimensions are, short, and it was up in the air. I mean, that's probably one of the most majestic home runs I've seen in this ballpark. I mean, I saw Mark McGwire hit one in 97 in his great run. I guess it was maybe 90, maybe 97. No, it might have been 99, actually. Just a titanic blast that bounced in front of the scoreboard and left at Candlestick. That thing brought rain, but this one today was special. And you know what else is special? Bryce freaking Eldridge. Wow. This kid's 21 years old. Look where he ranks among qualified NL rookies. Batting average. He's hitting 300. That's first. On base percentage. Granted, these are small sample size, but it is what it is. On base percentage, 385 first. Who's got the best strike zone on the team? He does. I mean, it's amazing. 500 slugging. Where does that rank among qualified NL rookies? First. 885 OPS. Where does that rank among qualified rookies in the National League? We're talking about, of course. First. Now we'll get into stats we don't even know. He's got a 148 WRC plus, which I thought was a cola. First in the NL. Go walk around town. That's right. I'm leading the league in WRC plus, baby. 92.7 miles per hour exit velo. First. 57.4% hard hit percentage. First. I'm starting to see a trend. Are you guys seeing this trend? 12.5 walk percentage. Not first. Second. And the strikeout rate, which was roughly 30% in the Cactus, I was there. I watched it. He had a rough Cactus towards the end. He was swinging and missing a lot. 22.1% K rate, which is 10th. We all know that's his bugaboo, right? That's his weakness. But what an amazing rocket ride this guy has had through pro baseball. Last year was amazing, and the fact that he could back it up and reach the majors at 21. He's got this enormous strike zone, but he's got a great feel for the strike zone. He's got a good batting eye. He's getting better with better coaching. Star. I mean, who knows? This is, to me, today is really exciting. And if you're a Giants fan, I'd love to hear from you. 808 KMBR. And forget Giants fan. I don't care if you're a Niner fan, if you're a Warrior fan, if you're a Sharks fan. Which young rising star, if you could buy stock in any Bay Area young rising star, who are you going to buy stock in? Macklin Celebrini, maybe? That wouldn't be bad. This kid, Bryce Eldridge, Brock Purdy, who might take it to a new level this year. He could win the MVP. The Niners could win the Super Bowl. He could lead them there. Which young rising star is the most exciting in the Bay? I'll tell you, I love Purdy, but Celebrini's really special. But if Bryce Eldridge, I mean, he is a monster presence. I mean, he basically for the next 20 years, the next 10 years for sure, he could be the guy. You know how many Eldridge jerseys could be sold in the Bay? You know how many times this guy could put him into the drink? Man, to see this kid at 21 hit the big leagues and have just professional at bat after professional at bat. He is smart. I don't even know him, but you can tell he's got a baseball intellect. He doesn't make the same mistake twice. He's got subtle movements in the batter's box that usually are reserved for veterans. I mean, this was an all freaking timer today. I was thinking, where does this rank? I was at the Hideo Nomo game at Candlestick when Nomo made his debut. It was 0-0 Giants Dodgers through 9. Okay, Dodgers scored 3 in the 16th, and the Giants scored 4 in the bottom of the 16th to beat them. And we talked so much trash to Tommy Lasorda when we were coming out of that Dodger dugout. He had that long walk, and we were sitting right behind the dugout. We had moved down from the upper deck. It was the 16th inning, for crying out loud, at Candlestick. That's what you did. You moved down. But Bryce Eldridge, wow. I feel like if you were there today, save that ticket, man. Save that ticket. You're going to be telling people, I saw Bryce Eldridge hit a granny. The Giants were dead. I mean, dead. Absolutely dead. At no point did you feel like they were winning this game until it was over. Unfreaking believable. We all love great theater. What you got today was the greatest of great theater. Yeah, it's been a rough year. I heard Depop go, man, it's been a long year. It's freaking June 10th. But, man, any day that this kid's in the lineup, he's a Herculean Ruth-like figure. It's hard to call him a kid. But he's worth the price of admission, man. Unbelievable. Wouldn't that be awesome if the Giants Bryce Eldridge turned into their Aaron Judge? Wouldn't that be something? It looks like he's on his way. All right, 808 KMBR is the number. Anything you want to talk Giants wise? We're gonna go Brock Purdy audible at the line of scrimmage here. We're gonna talk some gyros. We'll take your calls. 808 KMBR. Who's the greatest young star in the Bay? If you had to buy stock in one of them, who are you buying stock in? 808 KMBR. We'll come back for your phone calls next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants were down 9-1 in the 8th and come all the way back to win it 11-10 thanks to a walk-off grand slam from Bryce Eldridge. He becomes the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam. Giants fans, how are you feeling? It's been a long season, but let's celebrate this win. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KMBR. We're taking your calls all night long.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNPR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
That's like something I've always strived to be, is like be great at this game, and that's really cool. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah, I've dreamed and prayed about that, like life just being great at this game, and I've never seen like a life outside of baseball. Even from when I was 9 years old, I never envisioned myself like in an office or like doing anything other than like playing in the MLB. And it's just cool that I'm here and I had like moments like this.
Bryce Eldridge, the star of today, the star of the moment. The Giants, if you missed it, they were dead. They were down 9-1. I mean, unbelievable ball game. 9-1 in the seventh, and you win? How many times has that happened? That just does not happen. And then not only that, Giants made it 9-6 going to the top of the ninth, and then Meade goes deep. So it's 10-6, and the momentum's back. You're like, I was impressed the number of people that did not leave today. Not a lot of people. I mean, there was still a good crowd in the house. People going shirtless, swinging their shirts. Oh, amazing finish. Eldridge down the right field line, 326 feet. I think it's 309 down the line at the foul pole. And Chapman, Devers, and Lee aboard. And the granny season continues for the Giants. Grand slams left and right. What a game. What a game. And let's go to the lines. 808 KNBR, the phone number. Is it Left Brown in the North Bay? Says bald guy with the catch of the year.
Howdy, how you doing?
On? I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, this is probably, oh my God, what a great game. What a great game. You know, I mean, fans were wanting to leave, and I'm telling them to sit down. We're going to come back and win this. And they go, no, we're not. I said, yes, we are. Watch.
You were calling it. You were calling it from your seat.
Yeah. I was telling people, sit down. After I made that catch, I said, the momentum's changing. Here we go. You know, and it was just awesome. I've been a Giants fan for almost 70 years, and from Seal Stadium all the way up to this and World Series 10, 12, and 14. But just to catch one and to have Crook and Kite say something good about me for once, it's just a lot of fun too.
So you know what? You caught the ball.
Yeah.
No.
I caught a ground ball.
Oh, you caught it.
I caught it.
So you're in possession of this ball.
Yeah. Well, no, you give the ball to kids. You got to give the ball. That's how I became a ball dude. Is getting a ball. Yeah, but I didn't catch any of the home run balls there. But I'm on the first base side, and with the ball dude, and any ball that hits you try to catch and then hand it to kids. Yeah. And I made an amazing, lucky, half dive, half roll catch at a mere 77 years old.
What are you diving for? You're 77 and you're diving.
You gotta dive. You can't.
You're risking life and limb for the ball. Ratty back in the day would have been, man, you're a damn fool.
No,
Left, but you gave the ball. You did the right thing. You gave the ball to a kid. I think that, especially I would say if you're over, what's the age? Like you can keep the ball if you're a teenager, but if you get to a certain age, you got to give the ball up. I would say 21, you got to give the ball up.
Oh, yeah. No, it used to be a season ticket holder in the bleachers, and the rule was if you caught a ball, it had to go to a kid. You could not keep that ball. It always had to go to a kid. And that's how we played it, and that's how I became a ball dude was, I don't care. Bonds' record home run, I wasn't there that night, but it landed right behind my seats. I probably would have kept that ball. So.
How do you see Eldridge? Anyway. Do you see him as the next great Giant, or is it?
Oh my God! So I'm standing on the first base side with my niece, who was a ball dude on the other side, and I've coached a lot of baseball. I played in the 60s with Bill Lee. I was his catcher, the spaceman, went on a traveling team. And I look at Eldridge and I go, oh my God, this guy's an Aaron Judge. This guy is, he's an athlete. And at 21, it's going to be amazing to watch him. And he's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, the way and watching him the last couple weeks go from what this guy doesn't belong up here. I mean, the Giants, you could tell, didn't think he belonged. They played him off the bench. I mean, now it's like almost they're kind of forced to play him, but in reality, he's proven that he is one of their most disciplined hitters. He's got maybe as good or better a strike zone than almost everybody else on the team. He's continuing to put up good at bats. He can hit with 2 strikes. He can hit it out foul pole to foul pole. I mean, I was told a year ago he was a circus defensively, but from what I've heard, he's made huge strides defensively since that point. But wow, I mean, I was not expecting this. This kid's 21 years old, and the way they called him up and then played him off the bench, it was like, well, wait a second, what's going on? You're playing him kind of like he's a career minor leaguer that he's done all he can do at AAA and he's just up here. But he's so much more than that. And I think that, now they've seen it. Now we've all seen it. He's got a great strike zone. He needs to be in the lineup. If you want to sit him against some really tough, pitchers, I mean, that's just being smart. But, man, I mean, he is advanced, and his strike zone's advanced, his feel's advanced, his improvement is astronomical. You don't do what he did. He rocketed through the minor leagues last year, and he has backed it up by doing it again this year. So now he's in the bigs, and he's producing, and the city's excited. And, man, people walked out of that yard today going, we saw an all-timer. And they did. They did. Lef, have a great rest of your Wednesday. Thanks for chiming in on the leader. Appreciate you, brother. Have a great one in the North Bay. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. If you want to chime in, 808-KMBR is the phone number. We also are going to talk a little Niners this hour. The great Damon Bruce is going to stop by. We'll talk about some of the topics of the day, Niner-wise. But, man, we are celebrating because the Giants look like, forget the win. It's a win in a rough first half. But it's about baseball and sports is so much about selling hope. Right. And when you see a guy this talented, this young, with this kind of potential, and, some years you win and you go to the playoffs, other years you develop big time players. The Giants did that with, Pablo Sandoval. They did that in other years. It's rare that you develop and bring these stars to the big leagues in the same year. But, man, Bryce Eldridge, a keeper. And today he electrified the crowd. So if you want to chime in and talk about it, 808-KMBR, how do you feel about the rough first half? And how do you feel about the stars in the Bay? Somebody said that Brock Purdy's too old to be on my young stars list. I don't know. He's 25. He's a 25-year-old quarterback who could be the Niners quarterback for the next 15 years. I don't know. I think I'd put him on that list. But 808-KMBR is the number. Who's the brightest young star in the Bay? Some people would say, hey, you know what? I know hockey's not what the other sports are, but it's Macklin Celebrini, and it's not even close. Somebody in the chat or somebody on Twitter said, you know what? Macklin Celebrini's going to be the face of the National Hockey League. I love Eldridge. I love Purdy, but they're not going to be the face of MLB or the NFL. We'll see. I mean, we shall see. A lot can happen. All right. 808-KMBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Larry Krueger with you on a Wednesday night on the leader, Niners Nightly, but we started off talking a lot of Giants because Bryce Eldridge is amazing. And he hit a grand slam down the right field line. Giants scored 5. They were down, 9-1? Unbelievable. Down 4 runs in the ninth, and they score 5 and walk it off. And so on my Twitter poll, I said, which young rising star is the most exciting in the Bay Area? And 37.7% saying Macklin Celebrini. 30.2% saying Bryce Eldridge. And Chips McCarthy, who's running the show, said, sounds like a little recency bias. 32.1% said Brock Purdy. Nobody has said other. There's been no write-ins for pods, but I'm sure he'll write himself in. Some of the comments, too. Brock Purdy going into his 5th year shouldn't be an option. He's 25. Tommy Coates says it's Macklin, and it's not even close. Another guy says LD, Macklin, and Ivar Stenberg. Chips, that's the NHL draft guy who's going number 2 to the Sharks, they're thinking. Stenberg.
Presumably.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we are going to talk a little Niners. Brandon Ayuk is putting out a daily video. What's the end game? That was the question that I posed to Damon Bruce just minutes before the show began. Here's what he said.
The question that I don't think enough people are asking are, who is in this guy's ear? And does he not have an agent, which he does? His agent's name is Ryan Williams. Does he not have a wife who's going to walk over to him and take his phone and say, just stop being so unprofessional? This guy is a level of desperate for social media attention that shouldn't even be on the radar of what's important to him at this juncture in his career, Larry. Who is he surrounded by other than bad advice actors who will all vanish the minute the paychecks stop clearing, and just people who, he used to lean on TJ Hushmanzada for advice. He's basically cut that guy out of his life. Brandon Ayuk is spiraling in a way that screams unprofessional, untrustworthy, and he's making it very difficult to do business around him. He's certainly worn out his welcome with the 49ers, but this guy's wearing out his welcome with teams he hasn't even signed contracts with. You know what you shouldn't do on your way out of any employer's door? Crap all over that employer, because you're probably going to want to be employed some next day, and your next employer is always aware of how you exited your last employer. So it's just, this guy should have reported to OTAs, yes, coached, good soldier his entire way through everything, shown everyone that he can move and play again. And he's done the opposite of it, Larry. He's self-destructive at this point. He really, really is. When you are constantly posting on social media, and among the top reactions are, is this guy mentally well? Is he mentally stable? Should he be in therapy? I mean, when that is the natural reaction to your social media posts, you should probably stop posting on social media. So, what a squandered opportunity. I mean, it's a shame. I remember when Brandon Ayuk was liked around here, was a lunch pail guy who played hard. We are so far removed from that memory now that it's impossible to determine who he is personally, who he'll be professionally, his value to a team. He hasn't put anything on tape since the knee surgery, so that is a great unknown. But I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen players recover from knee injuries with more regularity than I've seen players recover from what looks like a spiral mentally, just chock full of bad decisions almost every single time he comes across my timeline. Less is more. Brandon, put the phone down. That's good advice from Uncle Damon.
Do we know for sure that the Commanders want him? We know he wants the Commanders, but I think it's kind of up in the air whether we know Jaden Daniels is his buddy. But Jaden Daniels' last quote on Ayuk from 3 or 4 weeks ago was, Brandon Ayuk's football future is out of my control. That doesn't sound like a guy who's, it doesn't sound like he's going to the Commanders, but I know he wants to go to the Commanders. Wouldn't that be something if the 49ers cut him loose and the Commanders weren't interested? Oh, wow.
Who becomes interested at that point? I am fascinated about this guy's value. What team is willing to overlook a overwhelming mountain of evidence of poor choices, at least from a publicity standpoint, from a PR standpoint, and just say, yeah, we're going to risk a bad attitude, a bad actor, someone who, is clearly just, I don't think there's a lot of love for the game left in Brandon Ayuk. At this point, it seems like just a paycheck to him. And this is not a player I would be running to get into business with at any price in any NFL city.
Yeah. Guy hasn't played in years, and seemingly has a really angry attitude towards the Niners, and is probably broken, probably diminished. John Lynch described the injury as catastrophic. So now you're talking about a guy who's got a huge opinion of himself, and may not have the skills that he used to have. He's got to come to grips with that, and is not necessarily happy where he's at, and who knows if he's even got a knee that's going to be able to allow him to play in the NFL. So the Ayuk saga is just that. It's a saga. It's sad.
Try not to wear out your welcome in life. This is good advice for anyone. Try not to wear out your welcome. Brandon Ayuk has worn out his welcome here in the Bay Area. I mean, I do videos on him. Right now, Larry, I'm lucky enough to be blowing up on TikTok. My least watched video of the last 2 weeks is the one that Brandon Ayuk was on. I think people are just scrolling past him. They've heard enough. They don't care anymore. They just want, when the X marks the spot of his next move, let me know about that. I'm curious to find out where he ends up, but any more like twiddling thumbs over Brandon Ayuk's decision or his level of upset with the Niners and how they're handling this, nobody cares anymore. If I can quote the once great Gary Radnich, nobody cares, Larry. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. All right, let's get with enough Ayuk. We'll move on to better topics. Keena Turner. Niners announced today that Keena Turner will be inducted into the team's Hall of Fame. It's going to happen week 6, maybe the same night that Brandon Ayuk comes back to town as a Commander. It's the Monday nighter, Niners and Commanders, week 6 at Levi's. And way to go, Keena Turner. Let me just say this. Keena Turner is just a really kind-hearted guy. He had one of the most violent hits I've ever seen on Otis Anderson, folded him like a cheap suit. He was an underrated linebacker. He's class personified. He's been a fantastic, loyal soldier to the 49er organization in his post-career. He's a big part of the Golden Heart Fund, the alumni communications, and all that goes on that connects the 49ers, an iconic brand, to their incredible cast of alums. I love Keena Turner, and we all do, and I respect for Keena Turner as a player. Some of you youngins who never saw Keena, that's all right, but go YouTube him and go down that rabbit hole and watch Keena Turner do his thing. He was awesome at Purdue. He came to the NFL. He was a tremendous leader and a really great person, and this is long overdue. This guy, I'm so happy for Keena.
An entire 11-year career, all in a 49er uniform. If you want to hold just making one Pro Bowl against him, that's fine. He can put up his hand and show you 4 Super Bowl rings. This guy was a winner. He was a part of the winning DNA that the 49ers had. If you talk about the evolution of linebackers, I think Keena plays a role in it, Larry. He was I can play backwards linebacker before that was fashionable. Linebackers were all about tackling everything in front of you, maybe going after the quarterback, but you're just going to tackle anything that's coming at you. Keena could drop back in coverage to the point where I saw today in the Niners press release, he was the first member of their franchise to ever have 10 career sacks and 10 career interceptions. Keena Turner was a ball-hawking linebacker before that was even a position that we talked about, a ball-hawking linebacker. He did that. Beyond that, you said he went to Purdue as a Hoosier. I normally don't have good things to say about Purdue Boilermakers. Keena Turner is a mensch. He's good people through and through. When I was early in my career at KNBR, I remember going down with Bob Sargent and Lee Hammer to meet Keena Turner, who wanted to talk to me about pre and post game duties and the Niner lore and the expectations of the franchise. And he was awesome to just spend about an hour with, talking about football, talking about the Niners. And his commitment to the team, again, was 100% in his career as a player and has been 100% post his career as a player. This guy has worn, I think, every single hat you could wear around that front office, around PR, around broadcasting relations. Keena Turner is a better person than he is or was a linebacker, and he was a hell of a linebacker. So congratulations to him. He's understated, which is probably why it's taken this long. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. He is anything but a squeaky wheel. I've never not seen him with an ear-to-ear smile. I'm a Keena Turner guy, and anyone who's ever met Keena Turner is a Keena Turner guy. So congratulations to him. This must mean an awful lot. To his family, this must mean an awful lot. I believe we need to give flowers to people while they're still around to smell them. I'm very happy for Keena Turner.
Yeah, no question about it. 153 games with the Niners, 118 starts, 11 interceptions, 19 and a half sacks, 4-time Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowler in 85, Len Eschman a winner in 84, which might have been the greatest Niner team of all time. We'll talk about that before we get out of here. But, yeah, I mean, what can you say about Keena Turner that, you know, and we do have.
By the way, being a defensive Pro Bowler in 1985, like officially outweighs being a defensive Pro Bowler in 2025, as far as I'm concerned, because that's, you know, 85 defense. You are walking around.
Singletary, LT.
Exactly, dude. So for that to be it's a shame he only went to one Pro Bowl, but for it to have been that one, not bad, Keena. Not bad.
Yeah. A little audio here. This is Keena Turner surprised with the news of his Hall of Fame induction. Here we go.
It's awesome to get this whole group to be here and know that we have somebody that I love very, very much that has refused to go into the 49ers Hall of Fame. So I wanted to set up a way that he can't weasel out of it. A guy that was the captain of 4 Super Bowl teams for us. He's been a part of the 49ers for close to 50 years. We conspired with his wife and his son and JL. KT, you're going in the Hall of Fame, man.
I've always thought that my role was to make sure that the rich history of this place was always appreciated and handled the right way. Jed and the family have allowed me to be a part of this in an amazing way. So this is home. This is family. It's always been special to me. I hope that all of you have felt how important it is. Jed, you and the family, Kyle, and thank you, JL. It's special. I appreciate it. Thank you so much to have those thoughts about me. And I've always felt that the absolute supreme honor is to be respected. And it's wonderful that that's a mutual feeling because I got the utmost respect for all of you and what you do. And thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Man, what a great moment. What a great moment. We love Keena Turner. Niner fans everywhere love Keena Turner.
Nice little acoustic guitar strumming along in there for the video. Look, classy move by the Niners for putting that out there. It's also, I think, very emblematic of who Keena is, that they've offered him a spot in the Hall of Fame in previous years, and he's turned it down. He didn't think himself worthy of that, maybe. I don't know. I know we're on the radio, so I will say he's got a great broadcaster voice. Keena's got a great voice to go along with his great personality. But in the video, if anyone wants to see the video that Larry was just playing, if you want to identify a football player from the 80s, look at their hands. Dude, that guy's hand, twisted knuckles like ovaries. Like this, I mean, the fingers go in every direction but straight, and those guys broke their bodies in a league that was more unforgiving than maybe the league is now. And certainly when it came to player rehab and taking care of yourself, they didn't even think about that. It was just like, hey man, get the next game healthy. All right.
My favorite Keena quote is in the post-game locker room of the greatest Niner win of all time, in my opinion, and that was the 28-3 beatdown of the Chicago Bears in Soldier Field on just a freezing cold 1988, maybe January of 89 day. It was the 88 season. And Keena, who doesn't talk a lot of trash, was like, the finesse 49ers came into Chicago and knocked around the big bad Bears. And I know that was a great moment for Keena because he's from that part of the country.
He's from Chicago. He is from Chicago. So and by the way, as someone who at that point in my life, Larry, had never even imagined moving to San Francisco, covering the San Francisco 49ers, that is among the most devastating, you call it the greatest Niner win of all time? Well, as someone who grew up a Bears fan, that sucked.
It was an incredible win. Not only was it the greatest win in Niner history, it was the greatest end to a win in Niner history. If you remember the end of that game, 49ers had the ball. It was 3rd and 13. And Bill Walsh ran Tom Rathman off tackle, and he went for 14 yards in the first down. And they put away the Bears on the 85 Bears were put away on defense. This, of course, was not 85, but this was the same. A lot of those same guys from the 85 Bears were still there.
That's when the window closed. That's when the window was. So what's next, Chicago? Became the conversation after that.
Yeah. A couple other Niner notes.
They have not found what's next. They're still looking for it.
The 49ers are among a handful of teams, according to Jason La Canfora, that potentially could trade for Steelers pass rusher Alex Highsmith. He had 9.5 sacks and 44 pressures last season for Pittsburgh. To put that in perspective, Bryce Huff led the 49ers in pressures last year with 27. So Highsmith would definitely be needed. They only had 20 sacks. It was a horrendously low number. They've obviously got Bosa and McHale coming off knee injuries. They've added Romello Height, but they still need more pass rush. A lot of talk about Joey Bosa, a lot of talk about Jadeveon Clowney. What do you think of the idea, Damon, of trading maybe a draft asset or a player to the Steelers to try to get Alex Highsmith to supplement what they have pass rush-wise?
What are you giving up for him?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. 3rd-round pick, 4th-round pick?
I mean, he's a 28-year-old outside linebacker who's still got lots of peak years left in him. It would absolutely be a door that I would knock on if I were the San Francisco 49ers. But look at it this way. If you're calling up the Pittsburgh Steelers, why not make the big call? Why not call the big phone and ask about TJ Watt? I mean, let's go for it, right? Why not?
Well, only for what he would do to your cap, probably, right? Because, I mean, he's got a monster contract. I mean, I'll say this about Highsmith. Highsmith has got a $17 million price tag this year. He's got a $17.7 million cap figure on the upcoming season. But the Niners do have cap room, and they could accommodate that. I'm not sure what TJ Watt's cap situation would be, but I know it's going to be
Steelers aren't trading TJ Watt. I mean, we know that too. Alex Highsmith is a really good football player who I think would make any defense he played on a little bit better. The Niners got to get a little bit better on defense. I do like some of their young talent that they brought in, but it's unproven. This guy is not unproven. So, yeah, a 3rd or 4th rounder, absolutely. I would think about that big time.
Couple other notes. June 1st is now officially in the rear view mirror, and there's a lot of talk coming out of Jacksonville that the Jaguars are going to make Eric Armstead a cap casualty. It's not for sure, but Armstead is one of the most obvious cap casualties, potential cap casualties right now. The Jaguars lack cap room. Armstead's got no more guaranteed money left on his deal, Damon. The team could clear up to 18 or 15 million, I should say, in dead money by releasing the veteran defensive lineman. He was a quality contributor to their run D last year, which was the NFL's top rush defense. He did record 5.5 sacks, his highest total since 2021. He's set to enter his age 33 season. There may be a sharp regression at this age. Heck, it happens to the best of them. Jacksonville also traded for Rook Ororo, so there's a lot of talk that they may have too much talent at this spot. What do you think? If Armstead gets cap casualtied, he was a favorite guy in that room, and yet the Niners are trying to kind of go younger. Would you be interested in Eric Armstead on a league minimum kind of a deal?
League minimum, we can talk. Anything above that price point, I don't think I'm very interested in Eric Armstead. I think that he's a good player. He's a great locker room guy. He's meant something to this team. Like you said, he is not washed, but he's in the hamper. You know what I mean? Like he is getting to that point where, like you said, the diminishing returns will probably be easier to see than the actual on-field production. But I don't think the 49ers have positioned themselves, not yet anyways, to where they can be turning their nose up at an opportunity to get better defensively. Does he still represent that? Would he take away snaps from Eric Armstead, Osa Odigizua, or CJ West? And in that case, I don't know if I'm really interested, and he's really not a D end either. For league minimum, we can talk, but not a penny over.
All right, Damon, great stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Tell people how they can find you on YouTube, how they can find you on TikTok. You're blowing up. Tell people where they can find you if they want to digest your content.
3 words, Damon Bruce Plus. Put it into wherever you download your podcasts, wherever you watch your YouTube channels, and certainly on TikTok. It's Damon Bruce Plus everywhere. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for giving me a chance to promote that. Always good to be back on KNBR with you, Krug. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, bud. We have more Niners Nightly next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants were down 9-1 in the 8th and come all the way back to win it 11-10 thanks to a walk-off grand slam from Bryce Eldridge. He becomes the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam. Giants fans, how are you feeling? It's been a long season, but let's celebrate this win. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're taking your calls all night long.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we're coming down the home stretch. It's Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger with you. Ted Ramey's getting it warmed up in the pen. And we'll get to the great Ramester. It's funny. I'm getting so old in this thing where it's like I know the dads of all these guys. That's Derek Papa. Hey, it's Greg Silver. Hey, it's Ted Ramey. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Ted is coming up, top of the hour, and he's a pro. Keep him company. I'm sure he'll talk a lot of gyros. What a win. What a win. It is. This whole year has been a kick to the gut for the Giants. But, man, when they score runs, it's a fun team to watch. And with Eldridge in there, I mean, he is the ultimate big boy. And he had the capper. Chips McCarthy, can we dial it up? One more kahuna. Kahuna on the capper.
Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam!
Man, that is an awesome. I've heard that 3 times. Each time I hear it, I get chills. I mean, I think, granted, we're focused on the comeback. We're focused on Eldridge. We're focused on the future of Giants baseball. They may have a star. Star is born. But how about appreciation for the Hall of Famer with a great call that could probably go on his highlight reel? The kahuna. I mean, that was an epic call. He's had some amazing calls, right? John's been doing this for a long time. But sometimes you capture, a little bit of that juice. You could hear a little bit of the frustration of the day, and being down all day, the miraculous comeback, the magnitude of this young player and what he potentially represents going forward for the Giants. An amazing day at the yard for sure. I've already been out there 4 or 5 times this year, and whatever. I mean, the team has not been good. The offense comes and goes. Some days they can't score. Next day they're scoring 18 runs. They don't have a closer. They're a little thin in the rotation. It's it's not quite there. Tony's making some mistakes. It's it's a little bit of a mess. But, man, within that mess have been some phenomenal baseball games, some really, really good ones. And if you were there today, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. We usually go with our 49er stat of the day. Thank you, by the way, to Chips McCarthy. Thank you to Damon Bruce for being our guest. As I said, Hal Ramey's kid is on deck, the great Ted Ramey. But George Kittle had a fantastic line today. He was doing the media rounds, and he was asked about Mac Jones. And he said he called Mac Jones the ultimate glue guy. And then Mac hit him back on social media. Hey, checks in the mail. Thanks for the good pub. But George is like, this is what he said about Mac Jones. He's a juice guy. He's got all the energy in the world, and he loves life. Usually your quarterback is not usually the glue guy, and Mac Jones is a glue guy. It's usually an offensive lineman, a tight end, or a defensive lineman. There's usually one guy that the entire team loves, and it's not usually a quarterback. That's Mac Jones. He goes everywhere with the boys. You invite him to anything, he's there. He played last year and won 4 or 5 games for us. It's the only reason. He said 4 or 5. It was 5. 5-3 in 8 games, George. It's the only reason why we made the playoffs. So the fact that you have a guy like that who can play at a high level, wants to stay beyond the team, and he's a glue guy, I have nothing but green flags to say about Mac Jones. And he's a 10 out of 10. Wow. All I got to say about Mac Jones, he's just, I don't know why this guy was so hard to like coming out of Bama. But coming out of Bama, he just seemed like a frat boy, party animal, just seemed kind of like a boob. He, it's like, oh, he's smart. He's smart. He doesn't sound smart. Oh, no, trust me. He's smart. He's smart. And then Bama's always got highly rated guys. You're like, is this just another one of these highly rated Bama guys that looks great on the, in Tuscaloosa. It doesn't look nearly as good in the NFL. The line's long of Alabama guys who were great in college and not great in the pros. So I think a lot of us were thinking that. He had some off the field issues. He had the picture that was circulating with he's smoking a cigar. He's got a big gut. I'll tell you, man, I cover the Niners all the time. I'm in the locker room. The guy's got a gut. I mean, that's it. He's got a boiler. But man, when Mac Jones walks in the room, everybody starts laughing. Everybody starts smiling. And this guy at the podium is gold. This guy found a way last year to walk into Brock Purdy's locker room, assert himself as the leader, and never step on Brock's toes and have everybody love him. And he never said one misquote, had not one misstep. His last game with the Niners, he completed 85% of his passes. And none of these dog crap teams in the NFL want to trade for this guy. What a gift. What a gift. So he's back for another year. I wish he'd be back for years. I don't know if that's possible. Doesn't seem like it's possible, but I agree with George Kittle, man. Mac Jones, it's hard to explain, man. It's hard to explain. We all had that friend in college or maybe your fraternity or some sport that you played where every time he walked in the room, everybody was like, whatever, Bob. It's like, hey, Norm from Cheers. I don't, it's amazing. It's amazing, but Mac Jones has got that vibe on people. He makes everybody smile. He makes everybody loose. He makes everybody laugh. God, keep that guy. Do not trade that guy. Do not give that guy away. And if you are going to trade him, you better get something freaking good because this guy can play the position. He plays the Shanahan offense like he's born to play in it. And that being said, Brock Purdy, a lot of people think he's going to win the MVP this year. All right, that is going to do it for us. Our 49er stat of the day, the Niners are talking about Alex Highsmith. He did have 44 pressures last year for the Steelers. Bryce Huff led the Niners with 27. So if they want to bring in Alex Highsmith, I'm all for that as well. All right, have a great night. Thanks to Chips. Thanks to Damon. Thanks to you guys. Let's do it one more time. Let's play it out. The Kahuna, Bryce Eldridge down the line for the game winner.
The pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Goodbye!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam. The Giants were down 9-1 into the 8th inning. They were still trailing 10-6 into the last of the 9th inning. And somehow they have turned it all around with one of the great turnaround victories in the history of this ballpark. And we've seen a lot of great history in this ballpark over the years.
Oh my goodness, what a call by John Miller, former voice of the Earthquakes, I might add. What a moment for the San Francisco Giants, a moment that was just what everyone was hoping for. We needed to see the Giants have one of those games where they scored 5 in the 8th, where they scored 5 in the 9th, where Bryce Eldridge, the man who would be king, the future of the San Francisco Giants, tells everyone why he is the future. And I was on my way out to Grizzly Peak last night during the third period of the Stanley Cup game and the early parts of the Giants game. And I was going back and forth between the radio calls of each, both right here on the Cumulus airwaves, the hockey on good old KMBR 1050, and the Giants, of course, right here on 680. And so I was listening to both, but on the way back, after I was showing my kids one of the best views in the Bay Area, you could just hear in the voices of John Miller and Dave Fleming just the severe disappointment in the team that they were watching. And I don't know if that's because of, the number of times this year the back end of the bullpen has been just not good enough, for lack of a better term, the way that they have blown games, the way that they have had opportunities. Like Saturday was a classic example. Monday was a classic example. Just so many times this year we've watched the exact same thing play out over and over and over again. And just when you thought the Giants were maybe building a little bit of momentum, then you have the performance like they had yesterday, which was just so flat and just kind of, ugh, what is going on? Why can't this team get things going? Why can't they consistently win? Why can't they hit when it matters? Why can't their bullpen come in the clutch? And this was a game where I know, if you tell me you stuck with that game, you are El Liar, as they say in Mexico. I don't think that is what they say, but I am saying that you are El Liar because you were getting away from it. Yes, you like that, Ryan? Thank you very much. Necesito practicar mi español. Necesito estudiar. See, yes, there's somebody out there who got a little bit of that in my thank you. In my very, very bad white boy English or Spanish here that I try and work with. As I like to say, soy el güero grande, which is exactly what I am. I try, though. I'm in the Bay Area. When I'm not rooting for the U.S., I am like Landon Donovan. I'm rooting for the Mexican national team. That's a hot take for some reason, even though it's like, yeah, of course. People always like, wow, how can you root for Mexico? They're the arch nemesis of the U.S. And I'm like, well, yeah, except I grew up with a lot of Mexican friends. They like that team. They're my friends. That means a lot to me. But yeah, anyway, back to the Giants. We'll get to the World Cup talk later. Jeff Carlisle of ESPN is going to join us. But the Giants they needed this. Well, the last time I was on here, I was just saying how they constantly needed these moments. They needed that catalyst. They needed that galvanizing moment. And I hope that today was that moment. I don't know if it's going to be. They're obviously so far underwater right now. But just to start to turn things around and to build that belief in Matt Chapman, who's been hitting well lately, in Bryce Eldridge, who's turning into the future of the ball club, Jung-Hoo Lee, he's been red hot. I love his at-bats. It's about time that he's finally looked like the player that he was so long told to be. I guess health goes a long way there, but he's been everything I hoped he would be since day number one. And just watching this team have a game like that where they put it together, where they're able to have that moment, where they get that walk-off grand slam. You needed it badly, just so everyone could exhale, just to take the temperature down in the room. It's the great John Madden quote. It's that winning does not cure everything, but it is a great deodorant. And I know that I'm paraphrasing that, but damn if that isn't true. It doesn't solve every problem. It doesn't change the fact that this team has been abysmal up to this point of the year, but it makes everyone feel so good for a moment. It's a beautiful day at Oracle. You've got mid to high 70s temperatures, a pretty packed house, although I think a lot of people had left because they were staring at a rather sizable deficit going into the later stages of that game. And then you just get that moment. You get everything you needed when it looked like all was lost, when you're down by a huge, huge number. And the Giants gave you something that gives you hope, that gives you a reason to believe, that gives you something to watch for, to think that maybe, just maybe, this team can get it rolling. Although if Robbie Ray's giving up 5 earnings, that doesn't make you feel very great. Although Logan Webb looked like Logan Webb, a couple games ago, even if he was taken out too early. Just a little bit, talking about this inexperienced manager making moves. And, I don't know, man. The Giants, they just... You watch them, and again, I was talking about this, listening to Flem and Miller last night on the way home. You just hear them you're getting sick and tired of the walks, getting sick and tired of the losing. And then you get a moment like today, which, no, it doesn't make up for all the losing they've done this year, but it just gives you something to smile about. I think everybody was smiling about that Poor Sean Estes, my NBC bro, because I know what it's like to be the analyst for a bad team, as I've had to do that, for the Sharks for many years until this last year when they were, close to being a 500 team. When sometimes you get those games, you're like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to phrase with regards to what I just saw. And it's a little bit different because Estes played, so he has a little bit more clout if he wants to come down on somebody. I try to keep away from that because I know hey, Ted, did you play? Question could always come up. No, I just look like I played is what I like to tell people. But yeah, man, I was so happy to see the Giants have that moment. Like many, I said, I turned it off for a minute, and then my friend started texting me. He's like, I forgot about this Giants game, but they put a 5 spot on in the 8th. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll turn it back on. Maybe I'll check this out. Lo and behold, you got a moment. You got something that makes everybody happy. By the way, if you want to get in, 415-808-KNBR is the number to call. And I guess I'll ask for you, does this do anything to change your outlook? And if the answer is 100% no, I got you. I 100% understand where you're coming from. It's one win. It doesn't change how bad they've been. It doesn't change how severely flawed this team has been up to this point of the year, especially the back end of the bullpen and really the entirety of the rotation, and just the fact that it took, into June for one of your most important bats in Chapman to get hot. Obviously, Jung-Hoo Lee had been, hot for a while now, and Arise had been doing his thing all year long. But to me, the main takeaway is Bryce Eldridge. I can remember back, in 2008, back when we were talking about names like Bocock. Anybody remember Bocock? Anybody just want to say Bocock for memory's sake? I just remember what everybody was waiting for, and that was, at the start of the Tim Lincecum era. And at that point, nobody was really talking about the future belonging to him. And it's different because a pitcher goes, roughly once every 5 days, and they don't have the same type of narrative around them. But it was the start. It was the start of the tide turning. It was the start of it turning into something that would become 3-5. And God knows I will not put that type of pressure on a Bryce Eldridge. But just to see the way he's come up with big hits, just to see the way he's been one of their most consistent at-bats, just to see the way that he knew coming into this year that he was not, probably going to start with the bigs, had to go through some minor league time, had to prove himself, and it certainly helped that nobody on the Giants' big league roster was proving themselves, good Lord. But just the fact that you had Bryce Eldridge getting the opportunity, and I always remember the great Marty Lurie telling me many, many years ago when I was getting my first opportunity to be consistently on KNBR, and he says, hey, you got your pitch and you hit it. I was like, thanks, Marty, going with the baseball analogy. It was phenomenal, but that can be said truthfully of Bryce Eldridge. He's getting his opportunities, and he's making the most of it. I don't think there's anyone around Major League Baseball right now that's in a hurry to face Bryce Eldridge, and I don't think there's anybody out there that wants to see him not in the lineup. And I think if it's me, and the way that I've been talking about it to my kids, I think that they want to go out there and see Bryce Eldridge. A couple of years ago, because Jung-Hoo Lee was the foreign import, my kids really wanted to go out and see him. And he was not at, the level he was right now. So I think they just enjoyed, going out and seeing the rest of the game like they do any sporting events. But for Bryce Eldridge right now, I think he's a guy who you want to go out and see. And I think that the fact that so many fans with the Giants have been asking for something to go out and see, because up until the month of June, it hadn't been Chapman. Arise being a contact, get on base guy is one of my favorite types of baseball players. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know that people are, really wanting to go out and see that. But now that Bryce Eldridge, has the big swinging bat about him right now that he is looking like the type of guy who can go out there and have a moment in a game, have a home run in a game, get a big hit, turn the wheel, drive in runs, continue a rally, however you want to put it around that, I think that gives people something they want to see. 415-808-KNBR. Do you want to go out and watch Bryce Eldridge? Is he enough for you to want to buy a ticket? Or is he enough to make sure you want to get his at-bats, whether you're listening to, the call on KNBR or watching it on NBC or wherever, the 18,000 other channels or streaming services you can go to find a baseball game these days. But is that something that makes you want to turn in? And is it enough to pique your interest to consistently watch a team that up to this point of the year has been so very, very poor? And I keep tuning in, guys, just because the Giants are the team that I want to watch. The Giants are the team that we can watch here in the Bay Area, even if we still have the opportunity to get to the A's. It doesn't feel quite the same with them being not in the Bay Area proper anymore, even though I can talk about the greater argument of the megalopolis that is the San Francisco, Sacramento, Stockton, Monterey megalopolis Bay Area.
Sorry.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Look at the Ace train. Look at where Amtrak goes. And I know that Monterey is a little bit more of a traditional grouping, but listen, we're all here. It's a big Bay Area, and everybody comes to Giants games. And I damn well know that KNBR comes in crystal clear in all of those locations. 50,000-watt flamethrower. Distance in the Bay Area is no problem. And I know I used to live in Stockton and tune into Giants games without any issue whatsoever. But for the Giants, right now, I think it's about figuring out why you're watching this team. They could go on a run. They could rattle off 10 in a row. Probably won't. I'm not putting money on that. I am not a betting man in general. I don't think they're going to rip off 10 wins in a row. I don't think they're suddenly going to be a team that pushes the envelope and changes the conversation. From this point on, I would like to see them win more consistently and maybe get back to that argument of being around a 500 team. But for the time being, it's just a matter of hoping that they can kind of just look respectable. Tony Vitello, with some of the decisions he's made, like regarding Logan Webb the other day, that was one of those, what are we doing here? Why is he taking this ace out of the game? That was one of those decisions. There was also a moment, a couple games ago where both Jung-Hoo and Bryce Eldridge were not in the lineup, and the argument was, well, he doesn't hit lefties. I'm just thinking to myself, this is not the way to be doing things. And so up to this point of the year, my criticisms had focused around everybody else. But Tony Vitello needed to have things turn down the temperature on him. Everybody needed to have the temperature turned down. And so hopefully that's what this Giants season will turn into. And that's a low bar to clear. Just turn down the temperature. Have everybody looking at this and saying, yeah, it would be nice if they could, start winning some games, start getting close to 500, not be more than 10 games under 500. That's the immediate goal. We can talk all we want about getting into the playoffs. We can talk all we want about how it'd be nice if they rattled off those double-digit wins. But for me, it's just not being so bad. I know that sounds kind of mean, but it's the reality. You want them to be just a little bit more respectable, just a little bit more capable of not blowing games, of not being able to get back into a game. I mean, this is one of those rare comeback wins the Giants have had this year. And the other thing about it is the closest thing they've really had to a moment other than the Mother's Day game, which was more of a back-and-forth battle, which was a great game, don't get me wrong. But this was one of those things that because it's the youngest ever player to hit a walk-off grand slam, because it's the future of the franchise, because it is something that has happened so rarely this year for the Giants, it will get the conversation going to an extent. It will get more and more people to talk about the team. I'm sure there's way more social engagement. I could go, contact my friends at the social media teams here on The Leader and over at NBC and ask, hey, what did those articles get? What did those tweets get? What were the impressions, as they like to say these days? And that's because she had a huge moment and a huge win. And hopefully it's the first of many. And I've talked about it many, many times this year about how the Giants have not looked like what they were supposed to be. And really we saw ultimately what they were in that first series against the Yankees, where they did not have much offense going, where their pitching let them down, and they just didn't look like they were much more than a very anemic team. And now finally there is that rectification. There is that correction, the regression to the mean, as it were. And suddenly Chapman's hitting, Logan Webb is healthy and he looks like himself, even if he got pulled from the game too early the other day. And it's starting to look like the Giants team that you expected. So what we're going to do is take a break. And on the other side, we are going to get into this with Steve Berman of The Athletic. I would love to get his thoughts on this. I would love to get his impressions on what the Giants have gone through, because we keep checking in with the Berm Dog whenever I get a chance to come on here on KNBR, because I trust his insights and his instincts and his take on the team. So we're going to talk to him. At 8 o'clock, we're going to talk to Brody Brazil. We might do a little bit of Sharks talk, Stanley Cup talk. I also want to do a little media talk with Brody, because I think there's an interesting angle at play that is why we're dealing with some of the Giants vitriol that we are. And then at 8:30, you might have an idea of what starts tomorrow at noon. I've been calling it the greatest party in the history of the known universe. You might know it as the World Cup, and that's about to get underway. We're going to talk to Jeff Carlisle of ESPN about U.S. soccer team, about the moment they are faced with, about reasons why we're not a power, and a lot more. So we've got a great show coming up for you tonight. We got a great show out of the Giants and Bryce Eldridge today. Good Lord. Our Mac, can we get John Miller's call again on the way out as we go to commercial? That would make me very, very happy. Again, former voice of the Earthquakes, John Miller. I would like to hear that Bryce Eldridge granny walk-off one more time as we go into the commercial break. Can we do that?
The pitch. Swing. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam.
KNBR, the sports leader. The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back, everyone. Ted Ramey with you on a Wednesday night in June when it looks like the Giants still have a little bit of life left in them, thanks to the young man Bryce Eldridge, who became the youngest player in MLB history to hit a walk-off grand slam, a moment the Giants desperately needed. And to get into this and more, we are now joined by the great Steve Berman of The Athletic. Mr. Berman, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. That was an unexpected end to a game that I think a lot of people left early today.
When it was 9-1, I may have walked away from the TV for a bit, and I claimed maybe that people who said they did not might be liars. So, truthfully, did you change the channel? Did you stick with the game?
I will come clean right now, Ted. I was watching the 8th inning and held on to see what the comeback looked like. And then when the Giants gave up a solo home run in the 9th inning, I said, you know what? It's over 90 degrees where I am. I'm going to go and play in the pool, get the football out, play in the pool with my daughter. And it wasn't until I came back to the house to make dinner that I realized that I probably should have stuck around for at least another 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't until I got a text from a buddy that said the Giants scored 5 in the 8th. I was like, maybe I'll check back in and see what happens. And then lo and behold, we get a moment like that. And I just, this is what I've been talking about, Steve, is the fact that the Giants have needed a catalyst, some sort of galvanization. And this is as close as they've had all year up to this point. And I don't think it's suddenly going to turn everything's around, but I think that in light of the way that Monday and Tuesday went down, after the way Saturday went down, they needed something to turn down the temperature. They needed a grand moment of positivity, and this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, especially because when they were down 9-1, and we were both, it sounds like, still watching this game, it was like, okay, decent road trip. Obviously, they looked pretty bad in Colorado until that third game. And then, they battled in Milwaukee after looking just awful in the beginning of that series. And then sort of an up-and-down series that finished okay against the Cubs, who are really floundering. If you get swept by the Nats, and especially if the last game is just an absolute blowout, then all of a sudden you're looking at it going, okay, it's not just a conversation of do you sell the deadline, but do you try to sell even earlier to see if you can get maybe a higher return for guys like, Robbie Ray or Arias or really just no one's bolted down at this point. So, that doesn't really change things just one game, but it is something where Bryce Eldridge, who knows, if he would have started with the team, maybe things would have been a little bit better in April, or maybe he just wasn't ready yet. But he just did something that, he led the charge in something that apparently hasn't happened since 2009, that a team was trailing by at least 8 runs entering the 8th inning and came back and won. So, that's something that is 17 years ago that was the last time this happened just in baseball. So it does show that the Giants right now, they're just such a weird team. The offense can kind of just get hot and go crazy at any time now. And that offense was completely dead in the first month. They just can't put anything together either in terms of, all 3 phases of the game or just a stretch of baseball in a series or 2 series in a row.
The fact that the back end of the bullpen and the inability of them to figure out the closer situation during the offseason, to me, that's the biggest indictment, and that's not even on Vitello, and I can get into some other things that he's kind of annoyed me with lately, but watching the way Saturday played out, watching the way Monday played out, after having seen so many other issues earlier this year, it's like, if they have a closer, this is a very, very different team that we're talking about this year, and doesn't fix all their ills, but it keeps things from snowballing probably to the extent that it has. And I know it's never just a magic fix, but boy, it looks like it would have at least plugged a few holes.
Yeah, I think you can point at a lot of things if you're Buster Posey and Zach Manathian and you feel like making excuses because they've been snaked in on a few things. Granted, they didn't put together the best set of pitchers of all time. I think everyone who knew anything about baseball looked at that bullpen at the beginning of the season and thought, okay, you didn't do anything more than that. And obviously the back end of the rotation, they went for more of a buy low candidates instead of a guy that you can actually count on every fifth day to be, pretty darn good. But, Logan Webb getting hurt obviously was a killer. Matt Chapman right now is making you forget that he couldn't do anything at the plate for months. And so all those things put together, it just seems like Tony Vitello has to plug holes. Now, granted, there are things that I think that could have been done a little bit better. There have been times where guys like Landon Roop and Robbie Ray have been struggling over the road trip, and they're up to like 90+ pitches in the fourth inning, and no one's even warming up. And it's like, okay, this isn't college where you let guys go 130 pitches because who cares for whatever reason. That's the way they do it in college. You have to actually plan for this so you don't actually break these guys down. But then you also look at it too, there aren't a lot of great bulk guys on this team that can come in out of the bullpen and give you 3-4 innings when you're in a jam. So it's just, I don't know, the pieces don't really fit to make a good jigsaw puzzle. But right now, at least you see Eldridge doing great. Jung Lee is obviously playing the best baseball of his life right now, and Arise has been just awesome all year. It's an offense that actually is leading the league in hits. It's leading the league in doubles. Obviously they're still last in walks, but there's something there. You can kind of tell what Posey is trying to put together offensively. But this is a team that's just so weird because they're not really built to their ballpark. And it was kind of funny because today the ballpark was a bandbox. The Devers home run seemed like it was just a fly ball to in front of the warning track. It just kept going. Eldridge's home run, that was a great moment, but that's a night game. There's no way that thing goes over the wall. It barely went into that little railing section of the arcade. So it's a team that's built for bandbox ballparks, but they don't play in one. So it's just, how are you going to get this team to the point where it looks like what Posey said that he wants it to look like, which was back in the early 2010s when it was pitching, defense, and timely hitting, power when they need it. Right now it's like, okay, well, we have a team that, maybe can win some 13 to 12 games here and there, but it's not really sustainable for an entire season, as you can tell, because right now I still think they have the third worst record in the majors.
Don't let me forget, I want to talk about Chapman here, but you said something about Vitello and the fact that, he's stuck with guys and has not had guys warming up, and to his, defense, he hasn't had some sort of a magic bullet in that bullpen ready to go. But that's what made it all the more confusing when he didn't stick with Webb the other day. That was kind of one of those things. Webb said afterwards that he said it wasn't his decision, or he said, Tony, you make the call. I found that very odd, in my opinion. That was one of those moments, and I was lockstep with Sean Estes after the game where I was like, what just happened? Why did that happen? Why was that decision made in this instance?
Yeah, especially compared to other times when guys look like they're laboring out there. When Ray had the throwing error, he looked exhausted in Colorado. I'm not talking about today's game, but a start on the road trip. And then Logan Webb, who's obviously, if you're going to look for some sort of excuse for this or look for logic, even if it seems like it wasn't really there, it's, maybe they don't want to push it with Webb just because of the injury that he had. Knee bursitis, I'm not a super expert in knee bursitis, but it does seem like something that could be more of an overuse thing. And then that could make it something that would linger. I don't know. It did seem very odd, though. I agree with you and Estes. That was a little bit of a I don't know about troubling, but kind of made you kind of go, okay, wait, what was the thought process here? Not quite sure.
So with Chapman, he needed it to be June, and then all of a sudden he would look like the self that we expected him to be, the power hitter, the guy who could hit some home runs, the guy who could turn the wheel, the guy who looked like a threat at the plate. There is no making sense of that in my mind, that suddenly he is having this rapid of a rectification, because he was not ever lost at the plate. He just never looked like he was his old self. Sometimes a guy you can see they have no idea what they're looking at. I know he says he's seeing the ball, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of the fact that suddenly he's his old self again.
I just think Chapman is just one of those really, really streaky guys. And when he looks bad, he looks as bad as anyone in baseball, at the plate at least. But when he's on, he looks like one of the most powerful hitters in baseball. And, I used to cover the A's for a bit, and I know that you followed the A's back when they were in Oakland. This was kind of who he was then. It's just that the lows didn't last as long as the one that we saw this year. It just seemed like he just was completely just had no idea what was going on. And apparently, from what I've heard from around the team, is just that he just spent a lot of time working and finally figured something out. And it seemed like in the Milwaukee game, it was right before then, he said that he decided that he wasn't going to just be swinging out of his shoes on everything. And he hit that one home run that was, or maybe it was a double. I can't remember. It was deep to right center. I think it was a home run in Milwaukee. And it didn't really seem like he put just this massive hack on that one. And that was the game where it seemed to sort of turn everything around for him. So I'm not really sure if it was the work in the cage or just something clicked for him. That can happen. It just seems like he always does have those streaks where he'll be hitting like 130 for a bit. But generally it's for like 2-3 weeks, not, the better part of 2 months.
What about the prince who was promised in Jung-Hoo Lee finally looking like the guy that we always hoped he would be?
Yeah, it seemed like I kind of thought this might happen at the beginning of last season. He started out last season looking great and was hitting at some point, I think like a midway or like a month of the way through the season, like 360 or something. Maybe it wasn't a month of the way through, maybe like 3 weeks. But he looked absolutely fantastic. He's dealt with some injuries. I don't really know if, and he dealt with an injury this year as well. But he's obviously got he's not a guy who gets a lot of walks, but clearly just based on the fact that he wins like almost every single ABS challenge that he puts out there, he has a great idea of the strike zone. And it seems like now he's using all fields a little bit better. But even now, it also seems to like a lot of those shots to the right side are finding holes more than they did before. I'm not really sure what that is, if it's an exit velocity increase or what. But when he's on, he seems like one of the best contact hitters in baseball, and the other one actually is on the same team. So that's why this offense actually can, when other guys, the power guys are cooking, he can put up 10 runs, 18 runs, 12 runs, that kind of thing. It seemed like something that you never see in the beginning of the year, but it really helps to have those guys that keep moving the line along. Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't know. I mean, this is what they hoped for when Farhan Zaidi signed him, and that's what looked like for glimpses of time, at least last year. This first season was truncated because of the injury.
Yeah, it
seemed like this was in there, but after 2+ years of waiting, he kind of he's decided, okay, well, this is probably who he is, just sort of a replacement level outfielder who's not the best defensive center fielder and a pretty decent right fielder. But right now, I don't know if Luis Ariz is rubbing off on him. I mean, that's possible too. I mean, Ariz seems like a guy who everyone loves in the clubhouse. Maybe the two of them have been talking shop, and that's one of the reasons why he's doing better, because it seems like right now he's on this hot streak. It seems at this point now it doesn't look flukish because it's been lasting for so long.
The voice you hear is that of Steve Berman of The Athletic, joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR as we talk about the Giants having the moment they needed with Bryce Eldridge and his walk-off grand slam. I was referencing the name Bocock earlier today because it's a name I always enjoy saying, but I go back to that era of the start of Tim Lincecum, and he was obviously a starting pitcher, and it's once every 5 days roughly, so it's not quite the same, but no one wants to put all the pressure on Bryce Eldridge, but it's hard not to feel like he is the future. And when he's hitting the way he has, when he's able to come up with these moments, when he's been able to keep the wheel turning, when he's now looking like a threat at the plate, that's just great to see, because we all know the Giants' talent development has been lacking in the most recent century. We also might have a guy that people want to go out to the ballpark and see. And the Giants had guys you wanted to go out to see. And I don't know about this team right now if people specifically want to go out and see Ariz, but I think you want to go out and see Eldridge right now. I think that he's a guy who could sell tickets and put butts in the seats because he's young, he's a Giant, he hits the crap out of the ball, and he's coming up with big moments for this team.
Yeah, he's getting the juice pretty quickly here. It seems like it. And you're right. You can't really predict it. I mean, you can kind of see it coming through the minors, but then when they actually get there, what do they look like? And I think Kyle Harrison was the guy they hoped would just jump right in and be that guy immediately, and he wasn't, due to a couple of things. His command wasn't really what it should have been, and then he got some shoulder stuff. And
by the way, when he looked like Cy Young against the Giants. That was something else. That was unbelievable. Sorry to interrupt. I just had to interject.
No problem. That was definitely one of those oof moments of the season for sure. And there have been many of them, but that might have been one of the more painful ones, especially with Devers striking out 3 times. But nevertheless, Bryce Eldridge is who we're talking about. And yeah, I think the thing about him is that it seems like, their worry was that he was going to strike out too much. But he actually, Vitello said this recently, he has the best takes of anyone on the team. And he said that the veterans on the team wouldn't even get mad at him for saying that. And you saw that in that last at-bat today. The 2 pitches he took, if he was a guy who didn't have command of the strike zone and was letting the moment get a little too big and was because obviously you come up in that moment, you're thinking walk-off grand slam against the team I used to root for as a kid when Bryce Harper was on the team. So, he grew up a Nats fan and a Harper fan. He's even sort of got Harper's beard a little bit. So that's what he was thinking. But instead, he laid off on those 2 pitches, and then they had to come in. And when they did come in, he was able to connect. That's pretty solid right there. It's nice to have huge power, and it's nice to be a guy who is a first-round pick and races up through the system. But if you don't really have an idea of what you're doing once you get there, then Major League pitchers figure it out pretty quickly. He's been around, I think, now long enough getting regular playing time that you'd think that if there were adjustments to be made, they'd be making them right now. Maybe there's an adjustment to be made that pitchers haven't figured out and coaching staffs haven't figured out quite yet. But it seems like he's kind of here to stay just based on the fact that he has so much composure in a moment like that. And then just in general that he sees so many pitches for plate appearance. This is a team that was in dire need of that. Not just the fact that you have some guys that don't walk a lot historically, but even the guys like Devers who walk a decent amount historically were trying to do too much and were way too aggressive. And he seems like he's kind of calmed the lineup down a bit just based on his approach.
Yeah, I think it was Kruk and Kaip who, even before Tony Vitello started talking about it, were saying that he had the best approach at the plate. And I started paying more attention to that specifically because before I was just kind of wondering what he was going to be. And yeah, you watch the way he's very comfortable. And, that's far beyond his years. And you love to see that. We saw that with Buster Posey back in, late 2009 and then in 2010 when he took over. And that was kind of one of those things. If a player looks beyond their years, that does give you hope. So this is where we come to the hard part of this year, of where I am hoping now that the Giants just, with a low bar to clear, start, maybe chipping away at the games under 500 that they are. Get it to fewer than double digits, chip away from there. I have no, delusions of grandeur that this is going to be a playoff team, that they're going to win, 10 out of 12 or 14 out of 17 or something like that and change the entire dynamic. If it happens, great. I'm not betting on it. So what does the team do from this point on? Because it's June 10th. They need a miracle that we do not assume is coming. How do they maximize this season?
Well, right now, obviously, Eldridge plays every day. That's absolutely huge. And you hope that the minor league system, which has a bunch of teams that are over 500 and doing really well, keeps performing and gets to the point where you're looking at next year and beyond as being prime years, and maybe try to stock some players in there that can come in and be, ready at that time when those guys are ready to come up. Obviously right now their goal is to, climb back up to 500, get into the wild card race in some way to the point where Posey decides either to stand pat or even maybe add some pitching here or there if he can. Mm-hmm. But right now it just seems like just looking at the standings right now, they're in the American League. Maybe you have a little bit more hope because the American League this year is so mediocre. The third wild card team is under 500, the Rangers. But the Giants are in a lot of teams that are right around 500 or just above. I think there's like 7 teams right there in that group that are a good half dozen at least games ahead of the Giants. It's tough to climb that many teams. It can be done. It's been done before. I just don't know if this pitching staff is good enough so that you can actually string all those wins together, just because it seems like they keep getting these games where they have to dip into the bullpen and then they're kind of screwed up for the next 2-3 games or longer. So I don't know. At that point, if it goes the way that the logic and the odds would state, then you're probably looking at seeing what you can get at the deadline, sort of like they did last year when they traded away Rodgers and Doval and Yastrzemski for some pieces. And right now, obviously, Arise is the number one guy on that list because he's proven that not only is he still maybe the best contact hitter in the game, but he can actually play decent second base. So there's going to be a team that needs that. Robbie Ray, if he can stay healthy, is another one. I think that on a better team, maybe you think that you can pick him up and get 10, 12 starts out of him down the stretch drive, and that would help your team if you're a contender. That's probably what you're looking at unless some sort of miracle occurs.
So with that miracle occurring, the other part of this that I think, and I mean that in the sense that miracle is probably not going to occur, what happens if they do, though, get worse, because they're, other than today having us all feeling pretty good, the long-term trend is they just keep on going deeper and deeper into this slide of a season. What is the takeaway for Posey and Managian to kind of figure out what they need to do? Because while we can point to some very key deficiencies, there are a lot of them, and I don't know how you go about correcting that in one offseason, especially with the unknowns looming.
The unknowns looming of are there going to be a winner meeting? Probably not at this point. So is there going to be even a season at all? Who knows? That part of it might give the Giants a little extra time to figure this out. I think the one thing I'll be looking at as much as anything else, obviously the trade deadline is going to be huge no matter what happens over the next several weeks. But the draft is going to be fascinating as well. I mean, they have gone so position player heavy. All these shortstops and guys who definitely can move off to second base, third base, maybe even the outfield over time, and guys who seem like they have a lot of good tools. Some of them more on the hitting side, some of them all around, some of them more on the fielding side. Right now, I mean, if you're looking at, okay, you have Devers and Chapman and Adames, and those guys aren't going anywhere. You can't trade any of those guys. Even if you wanted to, you can't in today's economic climate, especially if the CBA changes everything and makes it punitive to spend too much money. So if you look at the draft, do you go for college arms? Guys who, because these guys in college, when they get drafted early on, a lot of times, if they're good, they're up within, a year, year and a half, 2 years at the most. So if you want to replenish your farm system, because right now I think position player wise, I mean, they have Johnny Level too, who wasn't a ballyhoo draft pick, and he's hitting great from both sides of the plate. So it seems like offensively they have some guys that can come up and start filling in some holes here, and you already have a bunch of money spent on the offensive side. We'll see if they go for best player available, if that's the catcher, if that's one of the shortstops, or if they go for college pitching, not only in the first round, but they also have, I believe, the number 29 pick from the Guardians, and they have a pretty high second round pick as well. So, you pick some guys with giant stuff who are, maybe 22, 23 years old. Those guys could either come up and be a starter or, more likely, at least early on in their careers, a major leaguer in the bullpen pretty quickly, and then you can start filling in holes that way, because that's the one thing about the minor league system. They do have some arms there, but there's nothing like obvious. There's no like Kyle Harrison where you're pointing at him and going, okay, well, he's one of the top prospects in baseball.
Mr. Berman, appreciate your time as always, and I know that I'll be bothering you again soon, and maybe we both learned a lesson about checking out on this Giants team today.
You'd think that the Giants would teach us some lessons in some way, shape, or form this year. And one I thought was when they're down 9-1 to pretty much mail it in. And that's what just tells you right there. Baseball is there to make you look stupid. And also, Ted, it's never a bother anytime, man.
Mr. Berman, appreciate it. Again, that's Steve Berman of The Athletic. We are going to take a break. On the other side, we're going to chat with my man, Brody Brazil, and get his thoughts on quite a few things, including I want to do some media talk as it pertains to the Giants. So we're going to get into that on the other side. You're listening to Sports Phone KMBR. I'm Ted Ramey, and I'll be back with you on the other side.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back, everyone. Ted Ramey with you on a Wednesday evening as we have been enjoying talking about a great Giants win. And now we're joined by my good friend Brody Brazil, of course, now with the San Jose Sharks, and me, but I don't employ him, so he's only with me on payroll in that regard. He's also, of course, the king of content creation on YouTube and has a new fascinating video out every single day. And Brody, how are you doing, my friend? Good to have you on as always.
It's been so long, Ted. What, like since yesterday that we talked?
I know. It's been a little bit over 24 hours, I think. But, I wanted to get your take on something, Brody, that I've been thinking about. And we can just forget for a second that we're on the Giants flagship station, because you and I know that as much as people don't want to talk about it, the Giants did definitely play a role in the A's not staying in the Bay Area. But I've been watching the way that everyone's reacted to the Giants, how poor they've been this year. And I often wonder if I could get the Giants top brass and ask them if they were prepared for the double-edged sword of, yes, they no longer have the A's in the Bay Area. They are the only show in town, which in my mind has led the vitriol and the media coverage of their awful season up to this point to be turned up to a level that I don't think they were expecting, because, as I said, they are now the only show in town.
It's weird because if we even just take it from the turn of the century in the year 2000, we know what the Giants did in winning 3 World Series in 5 years, and we know they've generally been very competitive. Ted, they've only had a single 100-loss season since coming to San Francisco. That's crazy, right? Like the A's have had a few of those even in recent years before they departed, but they've always been generally pretty good. But there have been better A's teams. There had been better A's teams over the years. So there was always either a distraction or something to compare it to. I don't know. And I can't really put my finger on, I know what you're bringing up. I can't really put my finger on what that is, but there's a different pressure now with, you're right, them being the only show in town. There's nothing else. There's no other distractions. I think people feel like, all right, you're the one that's now going to have the entire fan base of the Bay Area at some point. There are still some people who are checked out of baseball entirely, but
of course,
I think there's just a different pressure on them right now. And maybe the reason you and I can't define it, as much as we feel it and instinctually we know it, having spent our entire lives here, we know that there's some different pressure now, and it has nothing to do with Buster Posey, has nothing to do with Tony Vitello, has nothing to do with Willie Adames or Rafi Devers. It just has to do with this region, and now people looking at the Giants as the only thing around. So maybe we'll better understand why this is and what this is in several years, but I do agree with you. It does exist now that they're the only one.
Do you think this was even a consideration of theirs?
Knowing that the expectations might be different, I'm not sure they ever got to that point. And I think we should clarify, there was that deal struck back in the day where when the Giants were considering going to Tampa Bay, that the A's ownership, put the olive branch out there and said, hey, if Santa Clara and San Jose makes sense for you, take it. It's yours. We want you to stay in the greater Bay Area. They didn't take them up on that. And then they still claimed that territory years down the road. But it's at what point were the Giants supposed to relinquish that and give it back to the A's, give San Jose back to the A's, in the late 2000s, early 2010s, with Silicon Valley still booming. And I think for as much time as you and I have spent in San Jose over the decades, can you imagine what an A's ballpark right next to the tank would have looked like all these years? I mean, it would be a 1-2 punch for the Bay Area, and they're 55 miles apart, but the Giants just didn't want that. Too many corporate sponsors. They didn't want to lose out on the San Jose market. I mean, forget the minor league team. Their single A baseball team. That's another thing. San Jose, California, a single A baseball town? Really? It feels like it should always have been more than that. So, but I'm actually going to defend the Giants here to a certain extent. What were they supposed to do? Say, oh, I agree. Here, have it back? I mean, if all they did was lightly challenge it, and baseball gave it to them. So, what are they supposed to do?
No, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a business, and that's some bad business on the part of the A's in extending that olive branch and allowing them to have those territorial rights in perpetuity, which is what it ended up being. I don't know if that language was as expressly, made as it should have been back in the day. But yeah, the Giants were not going to give that away, especially with what the South Bay had turned into. But it is an interesting dynamic, and I think that it's not always. A's fans are not going to turn into Giants fans overnight. I mean, you and I can go to Montreal and go find some people in Expos gear in about 5 minutes. I don't think it's going to be hard to do, but it just this year specifically has been interesting to watch it because it's not year number one with the A's in Sacramento anymore, but it is the Giants in a situation where they thought they were going to take a step forward. They've taken a huge step back. And the media focus and the fan focus and just being the only baseball team is made for an interesting dynamic that I was not, really expecting quite the same because it didn't change like that on the Niners because the NFL is a different beast.
Yeah.
And that was the direct comparison.
And for the Giants too, it's been crazy frustrating to be stuck at 500. Right. And you're, 80 wins, 81 wins, 82 wins year after year after year. And now you're in this situation where it's like, okay, well, we're going to let Bob Melvin go. And not only are we going to do that, we're going to bring in somebody who, and I can say this in a weird way. I've spent more time in a big league dugout than Tony Vitello had going into this baseball season. Now, of course, I'm just there sniffing jocks and, he's been a collegiate champion and all the rest. I mean, he's got way more baseball acumen than I'll ever know. But I'm just saying, like, they brought in somebody so new to at least the major league level and they surrounded him with, you'd hope the right cast of characters and Boch is around and Dusty Baker's around. But even, a move like trading Patrick Bailey, I thought was interesting. So, I just feel like, and to your point earlier, the pressure is on them now because they didn't have to overhaul this thing. All they needed to do was find a way to win 9 or 10 more games from last year to this year, and they're in a playoff spot. And I don't think you can look at the West and say, oh, we're going to surpass the Dodgers this year. Like that's not the strategy. The strategy is punch your ticket, get to the postseason, see what happens. But you need those 9 more wins to do that. And to your point, up to this juncture of the season, they're just not there yet. I mean, consistently, they are not there yet. They had lost, 5 games 4 different times this year. I mean, they have just not found a way to gain any traction. We'll see. We'll see if today, and a result like this, and the way Jung Hoo Lee's been hitting, and Luis Ariz, I mean, I've always loved the way he swings the bat. We'll see. There's plenty of time. This month of June, though, I think, is either assigned to Buster Posey to continue on course and play it out or to really think about that rebuild that the Giants have never done since they've been at Third and King.
The voice you hear, like you don't recognize it, is that of Brody Brazil joining us here on Sports Phone KMBR. It's interesting to compare teams in the Bay Area right now because the 49ers, I think, are stuck in a similar but different situation as the Giants had been in, where the Giants were around 500. The 49ers are now good enough to get in and lose in the first or second round of the playoffs. I think their window of what they were has closed, and they need to open up a new window. The Warriors are not what they were, and I know that they hope that Jimmy Butler comes back and gets healthy and they hit in the draft and they make one more run. I'm not expecting it. But then we have the Sharks, who had their quick rise this last year to the 500-ish territory. Now we've got Macklin Celebrini about to turn 20 on the 13th. We've got a big draft coming up in which the Sharks got the 2nd overall pick, which is still mind-boggling to me. That just feels like the hockey gods smiling on us after so long. They tortured us in San Jose. So, this is the first year, Brody, that there is pressure on Mike Greer. There is pressure on head coach Ryan Warsofsky. There's pressure on Macklin Celebrini because the rest of the hockey world now feels that this Sharks team should take a big, big jump.
Ted, I want to check something here with you live on the air. Did you get the invitation to the Macklin Celebrini birthday party?
I didn't. Did you?
Yeah, I didn't get it either. Just checking. Okay, we're good. I agree. I think, the way last season ended for the Sharks and not being disqualified for the playoffs until game 80, most of the season mattered. Almost entirely the season mattered from start to finish, and they had a terrible start. No wins in their first 6 games. They also had another 6-game skid that cost them dearly when they missed the playoffs by a total of 4 points. So I think the absolute theme of next year going in is, number one, it's playoffs or not bust, right? But this is your year to cross that barrier. I always said it was going to be a 2-year plan. I was going to be pleasantly surprised if they got there this past season. They didn't, but they were close, but now it's on. And I think, the other thing that comes with that territory, you're right, is that every game matters. And if you start next year on a 6-game winless skid, that's a big deal. Like last year, it wasn't really a conversation. Okay, well, we'll see where this season's going. And it's frustrating. Next year, the pressure is going to be on from puck drop of opening night to game 3, to game 13, to game 27, all the way, Ted Ramey, to game 84, because we're playing 84 next year, right? So 2 more games for the NHL regular season. But no, it's just everything's going to matter from the start. And so I don't think, the pressure's not going to sneak up on anybody. And I'll say the word pressure because I do feel like, during training camp, there's going to be a purpose. It's not, hey, let's see where we land this year. It's going to be, let's see what seed we land in this year to qualify for the playoffs. So, definitely on the head coach, the coaching staff, the players, the leadership group, whatever free agents come in, they're going to come in with a mindset of, if we don't accomplish something, this next season could be a failure if they don't get what they want out of it. And I think it's just got to be as simple as this. Make the playoffs. As we've seen with this year's Stanley Cup playoffs, man, you can surprise a team or two. You can be Vegas and find yourself in the final that I don't think anybody expected them to be there.
No, not the way they were. I think at the start of the year, people said it was possible, but then the way they played the entirety of the season was not. I don't think anyone saw that coming. But by the way, the other thing there is watching Eichel and Marner with Vegas and the success they're having shows you how much leadership and front offices matter, because the way that Toronto treated Marner, the way that Buffalo decided that they weren't going to let Eichel have the surgery that he wanted. Right. And now Toronto is, God knows what's going to happen with them. And then Buffalo, it took them even longer to finally get back into the playoffs this year. I mean, that shows you those are 2 situations the Sharks want to avoid at all costs. And then now watching the situation with Detroit and watching how that's play out. I mean, the Sharks can see it from multiple angles, how they don't want it to work. That's a digression. Let's talk about the draft coming up on the 26th. Mike Grier, over the course of his tenure with the Sharks, has been very clear about drafting talent versus need. That said, we watched them need defensemen very much this past season. However, they have a very interesting opportunity with the number 2 overall pick to get another star forward and be so overwhelming on offense that they might be able to literally score their way out of trouble if they don't have the greatest D-core. And I mean blue liners, not the whole team defense. And even the last year, it wasn't just the blue liners. It was everything. But I mean, this is a real interesting situation for Mike Grier. And I personally do not pay any attention to the odds makers who are now saying it's all Reed for the Sharks. I'm like, if that smoke is out there, it feels like it would be intentional from San Jose, as Grier is trying to, just muddy the waters of what allows him to get the best possible deal for the number 2 pick, which is also a big, big possibility.
Hey, you're wasting all this breath by talking about the number 2 pick. I think he's going to trade the pick. No, I'm just kidding. But that's also a possibility. No, to your point.
It's crazy.
Smoke screens aplenty for Mike Grier. And I guess the number one thing, can we at least agree on this? The Toronto Maple Leafs, they're going to pick first, right? They jumped up 5 spots to the number 1 overall pick. Gavin McKenna's out there. They can't afford to not pick Gavin McKenna because John, their general manager Chaika coming in, and with the new leadership there, if they get this one wrong, if they pick a Stenberg first, or if they pick a Chase Reed first, or whatever their ambitions were, like, it doesn't matter how this can only go bad for them. This is a no lose if they pick Gavin McKenna first. And I think that's going to turn out for the best, right? For them. So is that what they're doing? Probably, right?
I mean, maybe
they've got to. So it's got to start there, right? So McKenna's off the board.
Here's my question is, why would they already be telling everybody that's what they're going to do when there is a potential question based on the way that Stenberg played at the Worlds and looked like he was, just a stud in the making? Why why not even see? I mean, Mike Greer told us after the fact that he was given offers akin to what, Mike Ditka made for Ricky Williams back in the day when he was head coach of the Saints. I mean, he said he literally got huge offers.
That's right. No, I mean, I think, look, I'm just saying, I think we know Toronto's going to use who they're going to use with their pick. So it opens it up to San Jose. So is it a Chase Reed? Is it a Stenberg? I don't think there's a third name on there. I mean, I've seen where Manny Malholtra's son, by the way, Caleb Malholtra, could be drafted third by the Canucks. And I think that's even a little bit too early. And then you get into the whole situation of, I'm the new head coach and they drafted my son first overall for our team. And it gets into a weird dynamic. But I think, look, for San Jose, it's probably Stenberg or Reed. And to your point earlier, there's been a lot more Chase Reed talk simply because of the position he plays, not just a defenseman, but a right shot defenseman. Is a player who could probably join the Sharks even this season. I think he doesn't even turn 19 until December, I want to say. So it's another player that could be on San Jose's roster for opening night, but that's how many years in a row now would they be bringing somebody straight into the NHL? They had Macklin, they had Michael Misa last year. This would be 3 years in a row for the Sharks that somebody gets drafted and goes right to the league in the roster. I mean, that does not happen on any frequent basis, let alone 3 years in a row. I don't know. I don't even really honestly have an instinct on what the Sharks are going to do. But here's what I will say the instinct I have about all this is, no matter who they get or what they do with the number 2 overall pick, 5 years down the road, we're going to look back and say it was huge to have that positioning, either to get the player that's now on the team and has developed and we've seen who they are, or if it's a trade for somebody in the immediate future, more of a known commodity, a veteran player, and then you trade for a different first round pick, something like that, somebody that could help the team and accelerate them. And we say, oh, that was the player that got the Sharks back into the playoffs, after missing for 6 or 7 years. So I just think, I think that's going to be our takeaway. It's not even at this point, Ted, who, it's what. What does this player do more than who they actually turn out to be?
Again, that's Brody Brazil joining us here on Sports Phone KMBR. One of the weird things to me, Brody, is that we are deep in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We've got the final tied at 2. It's been wild at this point. We're talking about Babcock in Edmonton. Toronto's making noise with whatever the hell they're going to do. And people are still talking about Macklin Celebrini. That to me is wild. Like, there's just, in the middle of the Stanley Cup final, I'm watching new content come out on YouTube about Macklin Celebrini. I'm watching people tweet about his, impact on the league. I'm talking about how he has set the standard of what now every prospect is going to be judged by in terms of what they do in their first year. And that was previously something that was held for just a Connor McDavid in the last decade. And now Macklin Celebrini, I'm not going to say that he's supplanted him. He's just got the recency bias. But it's crazy that this kid is now the reference point for the league of what a player can be if they're a maniac in general on the ice, and then take care of things in that monk-like manner to where only the sport matters. It's, the joke is that that's how Peyton Manning was, and that, he was drafted because he wanted to see the playbook as opposed to Ryan Leaf wanting to go party with his friends. I mean, that's Macklin has that monk-like focus.
I talked to Josh Yohe, who covers the Pittsburgh Penguins and has for 17 years. And this was just the other day we were discussing, the commonalities between Sidney Crosby and Macklin Celebrini. And he just said it's like he watched him go play in Worlds, Macklin and Sid. But, he's watching Macklin thinking this kid has the same motor. He does all the little things. He's not the fastest or the strongest guy out there, but he might be the smartest. And he's definitely the hardest worker out there. He said that Sid has always been the hardest working superstar he's ever seen. Usually you get by on a lot of instincts and natural ability. But Sid, puts in that work, obviously, to keep himself in that position. I think it goes like this, Ted. The NHL has room for the next generation of superstars. Sid is not going to be around another handful of years, I don't think. Neither is Alex Ovechkin. So their departure kind of makes the Connor McDavids, and this is how old you and I are getting, Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews are the elder statesmen of the league, and some others, so to speak. But I think that, you're going to get to that point of, when we first realized McDavid was the real deal. And I think that's kind of what Macklin's entering into, and potentially Connor Bedard, Matthew Schaefer. There's a list of players who are the next real deal. And it's fun to see, and it's fun to see that San Jose finally has one of those players. It was different for the Sharks of the 2010s, and Joe Thornton being here and Patrick Marleau already being established, drafted, all the way back in 97. That was kind of a slow burn. I mean, we just got thrown in the fire with a superstar and his running mate. And I don't even mean to diminish Will Smith. Like, there's no other, it's so hard to describe Will Smith on his own. Really good player. When you put anybody next to Macklin, it's a hard comparison to say, well, who's driving the bus here and who's riding shotgun. But look, they're going to need Will Smith. They're going to need Michael Misa and Sam Dickinson and Colin Graff. But, this is a team and this is a build like the Sharks as an organization in 35 plus years have never seen. And so I think that's the thing to be excited about is it's going to happen different, and it might even happen a lot better than is even possible.
One of the things that makes me laugh, Brody, is that when I see people talk about the Sharks, they're the core led by Macklin, Celebrini, and Will Smith, and likely Michael Misa as the future. I'm like, they're not even talking about Igor Chernyshov, who to me, in the very limited capacity that we saw last year, looks like a freight train who's going to score 30, 40 goals year after year. They're not talking about Colin Graff. They're not talking about, you go down the list of all these other great young players. I mean, I think the Bay Area is going to learn. I think they learned a lot about Macklin Celebrini last year and Will Smith over the past 2 years. And I think they are going to learn a lot about what Mike Grier has built in terms of this farm system, in terms of just how much young talent is about to hit the NHL all at the same time. I mean, I have no issue saying that the Sharks are about to be a huge problem for the rest of the NHL.
I often, Ted, look at even the San Jose Barracuda roster for players that I want to do interviews with, or I want to, keep tabs on and do segments with. And I'm like, and then I start to dive deeper into the prospect pool of players who are in different junior leagues around North America. And I'm like, this is a ridiculous amount of riches right here. And this pipeline is so deep and it's so layered. And you're right, it's kind of like the analogy of the iceberg. Like on the top of the water, we can see Mac and Will and Colin Graff and Misa and Dickinson and Askarov and some others. Man, underneath that water line, there is a whole lot more that is still yet to rise to the surface. So, no, I mean, hey, you know what? It's a great thing for Sharks hardcore fans to know that and to digest that. It's going to be a treat for people who are the casual fan who are like, wait a second, there's this Chernyshov guy. First off, how do I say his name? Igor Chernyshov. You're going to know his name sooner than later, but he's another one. I mean, it's going to be crazy how these next, I want to say 5 years play out. Because I think we are still a little bit early on seeing some of these guys, but I do think in 5 years, the whole first wave and first round is pretty much going to be there.
Brody, I will let you go because I know you've got a family to attend to, but I appreciate your time as always. I saw you on Saturday. I talked to you yesterday. I talked to you today. I'll give you a text about 2 a.m., all right?
I mean, does it feel like you and I being on the radio right now, does it feel like we just had this conversation on the phone, like as if nobody were listening? Like this is so natural with you, It's just
the only thing we didn't talk about was soldering and maybe microphones. That's the only thing we left out of this conversation.
Yeah, well, the ratings really fall off a cliff when we go there, but we'll save that for the YouTube channel. So hey, man,
I demand a rosin core solder.
Yeah, you got to go lead based. If you don't, it's not going to stick the same. But what do I know? Hey man, great to be on with you, and have a good night. I got to go do bedtime now with my son. So.
Yes, go do bedtime. Again, that is the great Brody Brazil making some time for us on a Wednesday night, and it's been fun to watch the Sharks grow. The Stanley Cup Final, by the way, has been absolutely insane. I have no idea who's going to win now at this point. I think that we're destined for 7. And there's going to be a lot of goals, and there's going to be a lot of chaos, and there is going to be a lot of fun overall over the remaining 3 games, I think, in this series. It's going 6 for sure. I think it's going 7. But what we're going to do is take a break because, like I alluded to earlier, we have the biggest party in the history of the known galaxy starting tomorrow with the World Cup. So we are going to talk about the United States men's national team with Jeff Carlisle of ESPN. That's coming up next here on Sports Phone KMBR.
KNBR, the sports leader. We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
We now have joining us on Sports Phone KNBR. It is Jeff Carlisle of ESPN. He's all over the United States men's national team as this World Cup gets underway. Jeff, the madness has begun. Full transparency, we're not doing this live. This will be tape delayed, but you obviously got to see the full show with all the fans showing up for the United States men's national team and such. And just, is it already turned into the, I guess, party and the rock star show that you expected?
So far, but we'll see if the party continues. I mean, if the U.S. doesn't win their game on Friday, I think it's going to definitely kill the buzz that's been generated so far. I mean, listen, the crowds of the two send-off games were excellent. Charlotte, I was there for. Chicago, I was not, but everything that I could see and everything that I've heard was that it was a fantastic crowd. And I think, for some of these U.S. players, I think it's a surprise in a good way, because I think too often, they feel like visitors in their own house. We certainly saw that a lot during the Gold Cup. Guatemala makes a semifinal, so of course everybody's going to turn out. And maybe it's not a matchup that gets the U.S. fans' blood boiling. So I think with the World Cup coming up, fans are starting to get a little bit more invested, and I think that's fantastic, because the U.S. is going to need every advantage it can get. I think these are going to be tough games. Paraguay, I think, is going to be a real street fight. We saw that in the friendly, last November, when there was a scrap there at the end of the game involving Alex Freeman and a Paraguayan. It seemed like the whole Paraguayan team, but so I think the U.S. is very aware of what they're going to get into or what they can expect in that game on Friday. But it's just going to be tough. It's not going to be an easy game by any means. When the draw came out in December, there was so much sentiment. Oh, it was a good draw for the U.S. Not really, because there's no weak team in that group. There's no pushover in that group, and so I think it's going to be a real tough sledding. I mean, I think it's certainly within the U.S. team's reach to be able to do well in that group, but you can't take anything for granted.
So what do we take in terms of the readiness of Chris Richards, who was a full participant? I think we all learned that the English or European definition of torn ligaments is very different than the American definition. So what is his status? Is it nebulous? How is it being phrased in terms of full participant versus ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I still think that's tough to gauge, because it was a light session. They weren't going to go over anything tactical. It was, they weren't going to do anything that was going to kill the players, in terms of fitness or, do fitness work or anything like that. So, but I think it was an important step because, from what I saw, Richards, he did the warm up. He did some of the small-sided games. He looked like he was in a full sprint there a couple times, even though it was kind of a very compact space that they were playing in. So I think he's going to stay on the roster, but I don't think he's going to, it would not surprise me if he was started the game on Friday on the bench. It might be just a little bit too soon. And, it would be great if he was in a position to come on late and try to help lock down a victory. But we'll see what happens. And so encouraging news, but I would stop short of saying I fully expect him to be in the starting lineup on Friday.
I saw you wrote that there were about 5,500 fans on site for the practice today, and then that Christian Pulisic spent almost 40 minutes signing autographs after the session as well. You alluded earlier to about the guys feeling previously like they maybe were almost a guest in their own home, but is that kind of swell of support? Is that kind of giving them a little bit more wind at their sails maybe than they expected?
Oh, no question. No question. I think, I think there's always concern about, what kind of support you're going to get. Even at a World Cup. I mean, it's, who knows how many hands the tickets are passing through before they get, in possession of the ultimate customer. So, but yeah, I think, you can see the players kind of embracing this moment, and as well they should. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. These guys were, 6 years, away from being born for a lot of them. I mean, Tim Ream, I think he made a comment today that he has some vague memories of the '94 World Cup that was hosted by the U.S. But yeah, I think, this is all kind of building in a positive direction for the U.S. players. They know they've got a real opportunity on their hands, and I do think they're ready to embrace this moment. And so you just hope it turns out to be some wins, when game time rolls around.
The voice you hear is that of Jeff Carlisle of ESPN, joining us here on Sports Phone KMBR. You wrote about the American soccer stigma and the United States men's national team now being tasked with trying to change it. But I would ask you, what is that stigma specifically in the eyes of Americans versus eyes of the world? Because I always look at the juxtaposition of there are the traditional powers of Germany and of Argentina and Brazil and Spain and France and traditionally Italy as well, even though that narrative has changed. And I juxtapose that with Americans saying, gosh darn it, we should be the best at everything, and if we're not, it's abject failure. And I always wonder how that helps or even muddies how we view what we do as a nation in this sport, although I always fall back to, boy, we've got a lot of people and a lot of money. I feel like we should be better.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of tackle the first part of your question, I mean, I think the stigma is that Americans can't play. I mean, it doesn't matter how many Christian Pulisics or Weston McKennies or Tyler Adams roll around, the assumption is that they can't play. I mean, I do think, in scouting departments, I think there is a recognition all over the world that there's talent to be had here, and it can be had for a relatively cheap amount of money. So, I think there is that acknowledgement. I think fans have been slower to kind of embrace that. And even media, I was one of the bigger surprises in writing that piece was Steve Cherundolo's contribution about how he felt media didn't really give him his due. And, the player ratings he thought were always, lower than they should have been. I mean, I having done player ratings, I can tell you have to take them with a grain of salt. But to me, that was kind of an interesting perspective because Cherundolo is as level-headed as they come and certainly a very astute observer of the game. And so, that kind of surprised me. But, in terms of why isn't the U.S. better, I mean, certainly on the men's side, I think the rest of the world had anywhere from a 50 to 100 year head start. And that's hard ground to make up. And certainly the U.S. has done some catching up, but I mean, the rest of the world has not stood still either.
Right.
And so, you look at African football and Morocco and what they did in the last World Cup, reaching the semifinals. And so, everybody's competing and looking for that edge. And so, I do think it comes down a lot to, I mean, I hate to use this word culture, but, and I use the word culture in terms of is the sport on the minds of people 24/7? And it just isn't. I mean, people, sports fans in the United States have only so much bandwidth, and so they're gonna spend that on the NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, college sports, NASCAR, what have you. And so, I think that's kind of an underrated aspect to this in terms of, attention and money on the game. And so, it's it's just not easy. And so, as much progress as the U.S. has made, and certainly, I think the country is developing players at a much more consistent and rapid rate than it did in the past. I mean, you're talking about a global sport. I mean, it is competed at a global level, and everybody's looking for advantages and edges in this and development that. And so it just makes for a huge challenge. And I do think the USSF is trying to do some things to improve access to the game, in terms of making sure that, kids from economically disadvantaged backgrounds are still able to play, and providing them, fields and courts and what have you to play. And so I think that way the U.S. Soccer Federation is going to be able to cast a wider net and get more kids involved in the game, and hopefully they can carve out a little bit more interest when it comes to like which sport a kid decides that they're ultimately going to play. So
yeah, I mean, I always come back to it taking time. And I was 12 years old with the 1994 World Cup that was here. And I joke with my kids as they pull up whatever game they want to on, whatever streaming service. I'm like, you guys don't understand. We were lucky to get the national team, and not always live, and not always, in a great quality of a broadcast and such, to which now they can, again, they're watching, whatever game they want. And like you said, 50, 100 years head start, my kids have grown up with the norm of being able to watch MLS, whereas I was almost 14 years old when the first Earthquakes game happened or Clash game happened. And it takes time. And I think that's the other part of the American soccer stigma, is that for those of us that are, I don't even know if frustrated is the right term, but it doesn't happen overnight. We're not just going to turn into a power in one World Cup cycle.
Yeah. And I think, just to kind of finish the thought, I mean, I'm sure the response from some people is going to be, well, why are the women so good? Well, I think the women, instead of having a 50 to 100 year disadvantage, they had, say, a 30-year advantage over a lot of the rest of the world. And also there's a culture, again, that word, in the United States that was much more accepting of women's sports than other parts of the world. It was Title IX and the access that the collegiate sports offered to women to play beyond their high school years. And, that ended up being a great incubator, if you will, of talent, and allowing women to get into the professional ranks and play at a high level. And so certainly in Europe, they're catching up because the club system over there has decided that, on a greater level, not necessarily where it should be, but a greater level of investing in women's soccer and developing players, to that end. I think of Spain, I think of England. Germany was kind of an earlier adopter in terms of that. But so, I get the question all the time, why are the men not as good as the women? Why aren't as successful? And I think, those two kind of cultural realities had a lot to do with that.
Looking at the game against Germany the other day, I liked a lot of what the U.S. did in the first half. The goal that Germany scored, I thought that was Germany looking like Germany. I think for a first half, the U.S. played what looked like a pretty competitive game. They were able to find the equalizer. The second half, that was getting everybody minutes, getting their legs worked, so I didn't take as much away from it. What did you think of that first half against Germany?
You cannot give up a goal like that in the first couple of minutes.
Well, there's that. Yeah.
I mean, you can't give up a goal anytime like that. But I mean, that was just,
they broke them down.
Weak defending. I mean, it's just a set piece. I mean, they've got to be better at just, you got to win your battles in those moments. And so, it's I saw that goal. It's the kind of goal that just leaves you shaking your head. Like, why didn't they do better on that? And so, I mean, further upstream, it's not a good foul to concede by Tyler Adams. And then, Miles Robinson's he's got to be closer to his guy. He's got to put a body on him. I mean, it was just so easy. And so, and then some of the goals in transition against Senegal. So, I mean, this team has definitely got some defensive issues. And I think that's why there's all this concern over Chris Richards, because the team is better with him on the field. And so, again, we'll see what ultimately Pochettino decides in terms of personnel. I mean, that's two major errors that Miles Robinson has made and in consecutive friendlies. And so I would be surprised if he was still on the field, but I'm not in the room with Pochettino, obviously, and so he's gonna make his decision. So yeah, I mean, I love the response, but I mean, you're not always in the World Cup. You're not always going to get that chance. I mean, you're not. Sometimes that one goal is all that happens in terms of scoring. So why dig that kind of hole for yourself? You just got to be on it from the jump, and just hoping when the games start for real that the U.S. is able to do that.
So watching these two friendlies, seeing some of those errors pop up in the way that everyone was concerned that they would, how is the U.S. going to win games? And I don't mean that in the sense of, oh my God, how are they going to win? But I mean in the sense of, what is it going to look like? What are they going to do well that's going to allow them to pick up these wins in the group stage and potentially beyond?
I mean, I think they're going to be dynamic on the wings. I think, the partnership that has developed over the years between Pulisic and Jedi Robinson is, really solid. I just think that the two link up together really well. I like having Serginho Dest push further upfield because I think that allows him to do what he does best, which is kind of be that attacking wild card, be that guy who can create something out of nothing. And so this, by pushing him forward, it obviously gets him closer to goal, but it kind of camouflages his weaknesses too on the defensive side. And so you've got, there's all this argument about, are they playing with three in the back? Are they playing with four in the back? I mean, Serginho Dest has Alex Freeman behind him. They are playing with four in the back. It's just that sometimes, Jedi Robinson on the other side gets pushed a little further forward. When they get into a low block, it's four guys across. And so, I just think that plays to Dest's strengths. And then, we'll see what Weston McKennie can do. I mean, it's interesting to me that in the last game, they moved Malik Tillman back beside Tyler Adams to kind of help with the buildup and do that. I mean, I do wonder long term if there's enough steel in that formation to be able to hold off, World Cup level teams. And so that's going to be an interesting thing to look at going forward. But I think being dynamic on the wings and then, finding guys in the box, late attacking runs. I mean, I think that's how they're going to score. I think, that's what makes the Paraguay game so tough, because I don't think Paraguay is going to open themselves up to the extent that, say, a Senegal did or even Germany did to a certain extent. I mean, I think they're going to be very cagey. I think they're going to really bunker in and really try to lull the U.S. into a false sense of security and hit them on the break. I mean, that's how Paraguay scored in the friendly back in November, was on a transition opportunity. So I think that is, the biggest vulnerability that this U.S. team has is defending in transition. And so Tyler Adams is going to have to be on his A game in that from the get-go. So it's, and then hopefully he, along with whoever's beside him, be it Weston McKennie or Malik Tillman or whoever is going to be able to provide him enough support to shield that back line and kind of help him deal with those situations.
Is Christian Pulisic ready to step into the star role that this moment is essentially what his entire career has been building towards?
Yeah, I think he's ready. I mean, I think, he certainly didn't look like he was carrying any heavy baggage or negative emotional, baggage in terms of, in playing in these last couple friendlies. I mean, he looks sharp. He looks dynamic. I think it helps that he has a forward to play off of. I mean, I think towards the end of the season at Milan, they really couldn't get their attack figured out. They didn't really have like a center forward that allowed, Rafael Leao and Pulisic to play off of. And so as a consequence, they were up there by themselves and they showed like no chemistry at all. And so certainly against Senegal, you had Ricardo Pepi looking for Pulisic and finding him in really dangerous spots. And so, and I think, Flo Balogun can do that for the U.S. as well in terms of hold up play and linking and, linking to guys, trying to join the attack. So, yeah, I think he's as ready as he's going to be, but, it's going to take people around him playing well.
Yeah.
I don't think, I don't think it can be a situation where Pulisic is just asked to save the U.S. and win the game for them on his own. Because listen, it's very much a team game, and so it's going to take some other guys playing alongside him, whether it's a Balogun or a Dest or a McKennie, that can help him shine.
I've had a interesting thought enter my mind amidst all the hand wringing that we've all been doing collectively for 4, 8, 12, 30 years, however you want to phrase it. What if this goes right for the U.S.? And I think that's something that not anyone has really contemplated, that what if they do make that deep run? I don't know how we define deep run, but let's say they, get beyond the knockout stage and we're talking about, quarters and God forbid beyond or something to that extent. And it works for U.S. and that everything takes that next step. And I think we all focus, I'm not saying you, I'm just using the royal we all focus so much on what can go wrong is we never really think about what would happen if everything went right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a believer in the magic bullet theory that one World Cup run is going to cure everything that ails the sport, but it would give it some serious rocket fuel, that's for sure. It would just the level of interest, the number of kids wanting to be the next Weston McKennie or the next Christian Pulisic. I mean, I just remember what happened when Mary Lou Retton. I mean, there's a name that I'm going to pull out that maybe a lot of sports fans aren't familiar with, but when she won gold, I think it was in the 1984 Olympics.
Correct.
The next day you had lots of girls across the country pouring into gyms wanting to be the next Mary Lou Retton.
Okay, so let me interrupt you there real quick because this is something that I bring up all the time and people look at me like I'm crazy, but I always say in 1984, Mary Lou Retton, I was 2, but I know my Olympics, she won gold. The United States was okay in getting better at gymnastics. By 1996, they win that first ever gold team medal in Atlanta, and they had brought over the Karolis. They had imported the Romanian lineage that was such a huge part of that USSR gymnastic dominance. Why hasn't that model worked for soccer in the United States? Because I think it's an interesting comparison because you brought up Mary Lou Retton, and she did. She spurred a revolution in America to where now we are the global power in women's gymnastics. Is it just because soccer is such a more, and I'm not saying this in a inflammatory way, but it is so much more complicated in the sense that gymnastics, you individually practice your routine. If you figure it out, you're going to do it, even if the pressure and the difficulty is as much as anything. But soccer is just so much more random
and more global.
Yeah,
I mean, granted, there are quite a few countries that excel at gymnastics, but I don't think any other sport on the planet can claim to be as competitive on a global level as soccer. I mean, I think the NBA kind of gets close, basketball kind of gets close, but there's still a lot of places on the globe that don't play basketball.
Yeah.
Really. And so, soccer, it penetrates, every single country. I mean, the U.S. is the exception in that it's not the country's national sport, talking about soccer. So, I think that's the big difference. I mean, listen, lots of foreign coaches have come over here and some have done great things and some not so much. But, I think it's just a question of competition. And, it's just, again, I think you're right. I think it's going to take time and it's going to take some patience, but it's also going to take making good decisions in terms of how best to, galvanize the country and turn them into soccer fans.
Yeah,
I mean, listen, the sport's come a long way. I mean, I can remember you talked about watching national team games. I mean, for me, that was appointment viewing. I mean, you dedicated part of your day. I mean, some of that's, the viewing habits of the time, but it just wasn't as available. And now you can wake up on a Saturday morning and watch the Premier League. I mean, it's very consumable on a spectator level. It's just got to be as available in terms of playing.
All right, Jeff, well, I will let you go, man, because I know it's about to be very, very busy for you, even more busy than it's been the last couple of weeks, if that's even possible, but I know it is. But I appreciate your work and your time as always, man, and we'll talk soon, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Again, that is Jeff Carlisle of ESPN joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR, and we are just about out of time. You know what? Probably the best and the worst part about how crazy a day it's been with the Giants today and the Knicks. How about that comeback? No spoilers, sorry. But there's no Giants game tomorrow, so everyone gets to sit on the Bryce bomb, the walk-off granny, until Friday. That is absolutely unbelievable. And so you just get to enjoy that for an extended period of time. You don't have the quick follow-up, which I think the Giants would probably want to play a game tomorrow, but they've earned a day off. They've been pretty busy lately. But yeah, the Bryce bomb, and I will have us go out one more time if my man Ryan McCarthy can cue up John Miller's call, and I will play that in a moment. But yeah, just what a great call. What a great win for the San Francisco Giants today. But that wraps it up for us. Big thanks to Steve Berman of The Athletic, Brody Brazil, and, of course, Jeff Carlisle of ESPN. Everyone, enjoy the World Cup. It's going to be amazing. I'll be back here on The Leader in a couple of weeks doing some stuff with Copes. I know I'm going to be doing stuff with Silver, so you won't be able to get rid of me soon enough, and we'll be talking a lot about the World Cup and hopefully about the Giants winning some more games. But a big thanks to Ryan McCarthy for running a fantastic broadcast tonight and putting up with my attitude all the time as he has to deal with me with Quake stuff as well. But have a great night, everyone. For Cumulus, I'm Ted Ramey signing off.
The pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam.